Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. My apologies about that. Nature kept me in on one of her calls more than I would have liked. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'll do a little check-in first, and then we'll do the placard. Hey there, Mr. Starnum. Welcome on in. You're in on time? Awesome. Yeah, I'm the one late today. So sorry about that. But good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. And thank you for the latitude, Mr. Starnum. Mr. Jason says, that is a good stream title, Mr. Coin, but I'm sure there is much room for improvement. That was a pretty good one. I'll grant you that one. That one was pretty good. But welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you in both body, or good to see you today. Good Lord. I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well in both body and mind. My goodness, that was a butchered order of events. My goodness. Before we get started, it is time to read off the appreciation placards. If you guys want to get in with your names on these appreciation placards that I read at the start of every stream, more or less, a Twitch subscription, a Coffee or Patreon membership, or a one-time donation through Stream Elements, or, Coffee, or even PayPal will get your name on this list. So, I would like to thank MonkeyFunk4D, Mr. Rowan Darcy, and Michael DS for their Twitch Prime gaming subscriptions this month. Please enjoy all of the sweet emotes and lovely voting privileges that come along with that subscription. And while I don't have any Patreon members, I would like to thank Mr. Rasby, the player, for their continued coffee membership. You guys mean the world to me already, and contributing like this just sometimes truly leaves me speechless. And while I in some cases struggling to speak English, how did I not? I keep messing up the range on the plate or forgetting to change that. While there haven't been any one-off contributors in the past, I would like to thank people for having done that in the past. Why is the name Coffee? It's a little bit easier to, it was like a, should I call it an artistic choice? I know coffee is supposed to have like a dash in it, but it looked really weird no matter how I placed it on the plaque, so I tried shortening it. I think if the name is supposed to have a dash, I should probably try to fix that before I forget too much longer, and especially before the client job gets here, along with other things. Now, let's play the camera adjustment minigame. You thought of the drink? Fair. There we go. Maybe it's like really particular. Something kind of like that. So, before we begin, there is additional bookkeeping I gotta do. For you guys on Twitch, I did post this out about 20 minutes before we went live, but I'm going to post that. I'm going to say it again because the news is recent. If you are on Twitch, YouTube, you guys are fine so far as I know, but there might be equivalent measures coming in soon. The long form video content. I'll get to that later, later on in the stream. I have made a new reward called the check-in. It's a 1-point reward. I'm going to go ahead and use it right here.
So it begins.
I have a, I feel a sneeze coming on. It's just a 1-point check-in. It literally just puts a picture on the screen and plays a sound. Why is this here? It feels so off-brand for the channel, right? But Twitch rolled out some new policy in order to try to catch viewbotters, and streamers that engage in viewbotting, because all of the top streamers on Twitch, more or less, it is believed that they have gotten there through the use of viewbots. So a lot of the algorithm and or back end changes are designed to catch them, and or punish them for the viewbots. Think Fextra Life as like a good example of false or faulty algorithm boosts. Unfortunately, it has already been confirmed that 50% plus, sometimes even 60%, of a streamer's audience is that consists of lurkers are getting caught or flagged by this, and you'll basically not count as a view at all. Period. End of subject. This is probably going to precipitate some of my move over to Kick. I'm probably just gonna multi-stream to that platform, and not fully move over there. But in the meantime, if you want to support me, and you don't want to do it through words, right? I totally get it. You're at work, or you're on mobile and chatting is hard. Please consider redeeming the 1-point check-in. You get the points for it literally in 5 minutes, and it only takes 1/10 of them in order to count as a viewer. Please consider doing that. You're going to see a lot of channels drop off because of that. That's the biggest bookkeeping thing there. Again, I did put a post out about this. This news was so important. I even broke the normal protocol of not posting this to non-relevant Discord servers. There are places I hardly ever talk, and I broke silence to pass around the picture and everything, showing some leaked back-end information. So please, not even so much for me, right? I'm really small. I mean, this isn't gonna affect me too much as is, but your favorite entertainers, your other favorite entertainers, please consider doing this for them. You will help them out a lot and help them retain what little money they're making off of Twitch as is. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Now, off camera, let's talk about that. I went and took a couple of pictures. You guys have been present for most of them. But I happened to be getting some new, I happened to be in the midst of weapon maintenance when I ended up bumping into a Royal Guards shield and a firelight. So I took the picture of both of those, and we will read the contents of the Royal Shield in just a second. In addition, I went and picked up a whole litany of new bows. I got a couple of long-range ones. I got some wood ones. I've got a couple of utility. And, of course, some of these you know from earlier. Here I have a couple of sticks that I've been meaning to put a couple of swords on more than anything. And, I've also made a litany of food. Also, I bumped into I rescued a traveler, and they gave me a hasty carrot cake. We'll read the text on that in just a second. I also finally farmed 700, an extra, 620 crystallized charges, so we'll be able to upgrade our battery. That's only half of what I've done off camera, by the way. So, in addition to just regular farming, which I do not need to describe any at all, I went through and just looked at all of the caves that did not have the check mark. I can safely confirm that pretty much every cave should have a bubble frog in it. So we're going to start the stream by cleaning up all of the caves that I've marked stars for. In addition, during my time in the depths, you know, I marked a couple of spots where there were Yiga strongholds that we're going to go clean up. And we're also going to take a look at this spot marked on an old map that contains a treasure. We're going to do that. We're going to clean up some things before we get into... before we go to Hateno Village. We are going to go to Hateno Village today once we get all this stuff... once we get all this stuff done. And maybe we can capstone the episode by trying to make it to one of these nice, tiny little islands up here. Maybe, perhaps. We'll have to see. But without further ado, why don't we start here? And let me also check, chat. I see a fancy 32 times 5 shot Savage Lionel Doe, Mr. Coin. GG. Thank you. Although we had that before. We got that on stream. Thank you anyway for the GGs. And okay. Starnum just merely said, there you are. Yep. As a reminder, we are doing a relatively short-term voting item. So far, we have 4 votes. All of them have pretty much said, hey, you should go to Terrytown. Have we mentioned Terrytown yet? We should go to Terrytown. You're tarrying on going to Terrytown.
Sure, Jan.
Quipping aside, if we get 2 to 4 more votes somewhere, I will go ahead and, you know, after today's episode, go for Terrytown. Now, that does require people voting today. If that doesn't happen, you know, ASAP means after the vote is concluded and the next time we would stream. So just throwing that in mind. Just keep that in mind is what I meant to say there. Now... this shouldn't take us that long. Some of these were pretty clever, and I wonder how I might have missed them. Some of these were really, I just didn't go further somehow. And we're starting in Hebrew first and kind of working our way toward where we need to go. Maybe we'll also update the lady that's been waiting on us to talk to her about wells and stuff. Okay, we've gotten that particular cave. Where's the next one? Over here. All right, and this shrine's how we get to it. And again, if you're considering lurking on Twitch, I'm going to say it again. Please, please, please consider using the check-in. It is labeled the check-in under the Twitch channel point rewards. It's 1 point. It's cheap. It's as cheap as I can possibly make it. Yeah, it's as cheap as I can possibly make it. There's no cooldown. It's pretty innocuous. Please consider doing that. Starnum asks, what am I drinking? Hot chocolate. Actually, tea would also be pretty good right about now, but no, it is in fact hot chocolate. You know what I should probably do here is, I'm gonna take the regular stick I have here, and we're gonna we're gonna put a horrible horn on that. I totally meant to do that. And then the other one, let's put a... Let's put a Lizalfo's horn on. All right. There we go. Your bow one-shots a bubble frog. Imagine what one of your 32 times 5 shot bows do, especially if all 5 arrows hit. Well, they one-shot the bubble frog, right? I can imagine. Tasty. Yeah, hot chocolate's pretty tasty. You like hot chocolate? I generally enjoy a good cup of hot chocolate. I would be drinking coffee, but I drank some coffee at about 4 this morning, at my time. So I'm trying not to drink, more coffee than that. If I drink more than a single cup of the stuff, because I drink a 12-ounce cup of coffee, I do in fact go to sleep. Like absolutely, positively, I'm in snooze land. Really, get up there, Link. All right, I guess we have to climb. So I replaced any excess tea with hot chocolate. The same is true of alcohol. Alcohol also makes me sleep. So and with alcohol, I just don't drink the stuff. I really don't. I stay away from it. My dad hasn't drank any alcohol, hasn't consumed. Let me use that word. Consumed any alcohol in a bit over 5 years, maybe not quite that long. Certain drugs make alcohol lethal, but if you're not getting a lot out of drink anyway, might as well live life sober, right? You also, as in you also go to sleep after a cup of coffee, or just so I understand where the I also is coming from, Mr. Starnum. Mr. Jason says, I like hot chocolate. I already read that, but I have a preference of hot chocolate these days. Of course. And your hot chocolate is almost $20 for a box of 10. Oh, so you get like premium packets, I presume? Or like a specific brand of hot chocolate. Would that be correct? Hotel Chocolate. I feel like you have a contract deal with them. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you have a contract deal with them somehow. They're paying you to sample product. You've got a friend that works at Hotel Chocolat, and you're able to get the deep 3-finger discount. Note I'm being real specific with that. Or yes, you're paying them to sample products. A litany of other things, really. You're either getting a great deal, or whatever you do for work is very, very lucrative. Kudos to you. I hope that Hotel Chocolate isn't going anywhere. I didn't think you know what? I guess I really shouldn't be surprised that a chocolatier has like a hot chocolate brand. I really shouldn't be surprised with that. At the same time, though, I remember this one kind of being hard to find. Yeah, this took me like a hot minute to get. It's like not here. No, I feel like it has to be here. I'm trying to remember. Let's see if I can ascend to the marker and kind of like get a better idea. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Nope, back down. You know that you still have 12 boxes of hot chocolate? Yeah, so that's... What? It's $240, and I'm also presuming that you're converting this to dollars already. I can't imagine the poundage being that much better. Maybe like 200 pounds. Although then again, maybe I don't rightly know. All right, I've really got to figure this out. I remember there being either a rock a wall I could like blow up or something. Let's see if I have it right. Yeah, there we go. Now, I believe I have Swiss Miss hot chocolate here, which is not nearly as good, of course. And also the hot chocolate packets that I have are meant for 8 ounces or 6 ounces even, and I have essentially diluted it in half with a 12-ounce mug, because if I'm going to be sipping on hot beverage, I want to be sipping on hot beverage. I don't want to take a gulp of a 6-ounce mug and it's gone. But diluting it is fine. It tastes okay, especially once you've actually stirred in the hot chocolate packet. Sorry, I'm getting too lost on hot chocolate. I will have, just as a bit of a point of order, I will have that vlog done and dusted by tomorrow evening, because I won't have any time to work on it, or any time to do anything else. Once Wednesday rolls, I essentially have to clock in at 9:55 roughly. So I basically have until Tuesday evening. So come hell or high water, you guys will have that vlog. Promise. That is not good. What work do I do? I am basically I'm trying to think of like other parlance I could use. I sit houses for people. You know, I'll either do house drops where I'll come in for a few hours, check and see if everything's okay, manage a few things, and then leave. Or the consistent, oh no, I forgot to mark a cave. I'm gonna have to figure. I can't even believe I missed one. Of course I would. Classic coin behavior. But yeah, I sit houses, either temporarily, or, you know, I'll do overnight stays. My main form of house sitting, is overnight stay. I charge a flat rate per night, and people, you know, get to leave on business, and as long as I'm allowed use of the pantry, it's pretty cheap for them too. If I have to buy my own food, then it gets a little bit more expensive. Also, I will do pet sits. The only thing I can't do with pet sitting is I can't do any kenneling or anything like that. I can't keep people's pets in a different location. It has to be their house. And same deal with those. I'll either... Oh, I can't believe that touched me. It's a cute line of work. I mean, It's not very glamorous, but it is work. I guess the way I would describe it is I'm essentially freelancing, right? That's the best way I'd put it. My job stability depends on how many clients I'm able to find, and what sort of qualifications they want from a person who is essentially being trusted to make sure they don't steal anything. Make sure their house is safe, that the mail is checked, that the house is cleaned. You know, anything apart from the roof or windows, or anything else of that nature. Like I said, not glamorous work, but it is work, and at least, you know, in most cases, people have pets too. It's usually a combo deal, and I get to enjoy the company of many people's pets while they're gone, if to say the least. Mr. Starnum says, is the air conditioning fixed? You mean at my house? Right? Just want to make sure I know where that question is going, that's all. Because the air conditioning being fixed at my house versus, like, the client's house is, like, a bigger deal. My house? Okay. Yeah, it's fixed for now. We actually already went through another, spell of it being broken earlier. But yeah, it's fixed for now. Do I expect it to remain that way? Not really. Also, because I have not scouted this one ahead of time, I should definitely be keeping my eyes peeled for any holes. Because I have zero clue. You're literally right here. Well, that certainly didn't take too long. Okay. The actual serendipity. That is actually not a... That was the treasure chest we couldn't reach earlier. You have to eat very well, Mr. Starnum. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thanks for chatting. Enjoy your food. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if not, do have a good rest of your day. I sincerely mean that. And with that, we're going to... continue to clean up these bubble gems. And I'll try to do a better job at spotting the bubble frogs before we leave the cave. I guess I had just thought that maybe not all the caves would have them, right? But no, it seems like every actual bona fide cave has a bubble frog. Not all the wells have them, but all the caves have them. Yes. Right over here. And at this point, we're going to switch it up. Because we're done being in cold places for right now. I spent basically 6 hours running around collecting this and that. And that's how I managed to find most of these bubble frogs, is by, you know, running around. So with any luck, Mr. Jason, since you're saying you can't remember, you know, which was what, but one of the wells has a well and then another well. Oh, I thought that was going to be in reference to something else, the bubble frogs, but, guess not. Oh, isn't it, like, yeah, it's right here. I'm almost positive it's this. Yeah, absolutely, and I think we even have to ascend through that. This one was pretty ingenious. I was super happy to have spotted it in another playthrough. or not another playthrough, while I was running around. English is going to be difficult for me today, I think. I will make sure, you know, I've said this right. I feel like it's worth saying. I did spend 3 hours not being in a happy place. More content for the vlog, to say the least. That's kind of a twisted way to look at it. Yeah, I spent 3 hours today kind of raking my mind over this and that. I listened to some really depressing music. It didn't make me feel any better, but it was good music. Just kind of get the feelings off my chest. And really, the sorts of things that are tending to make me unhappy are really just they're both personal and existential, and I'm not gonna, you know, talk or expand on those too much here in the stream, if that's all right. That's what the vlog is for. I can talk all about that. Also, people should get some popcorn and get comfortable with that vlog, because it's going to be largely unedited, like, because it's I'm speaking from the feels, so to speak, from the recesses of my mind. It's kind of going to be a stream of consciousness sort of vlog, so I will make sure to put chapters on the vlog when I upload it. But and I may even make a thumbnail for it. I don't know what thumbnail I'm gonna make of it yet. I've got a little bit of an idea for it, but YouTube auto thumbnails have done me dirty before, so I've been thinking about making thumbnails for the vlogs too, and so I guess I should probably do that. I've got a pretty easy edit I can make on one even, so there's that. I hope everybody is currently experiencing even though times are dark, right? I do hope people are at least somewhat insulated from the madness that seems to be plaguing humanity during these times. Here at Coinstamp, I sort of pride myself on the ability to talk about these things. I'm trying to walk that fine line, right? I want this to be an entertaining space, and that means not dwelling on the negative, but like I put in my, you know, sponsorship profile, we keep things real here. I do talk politics. I do talk philosophy. I will talk religion. I think that's a way of keeping the space real. If that scares sponsors, then so be it. Mr. Jason says, oh, I can't even... I was about to walk up on you, good sir. Okay, that's all marked off. I don't see any other caves that I may have missed. Goodness knows if any of the wells have bubble frogs. That would be a frightening prospect for sure. Okay. Maybe here? Yeah, let's go and do that. We can also turn in the energy walls while we're here and fully upgrade this thing. Imagine if wells had Lionels. No, thank you. No, thank you. Insert GIF of Jeff, the creator, the human behind Space Hamster saying, no, thank you, with scrunched face. Absolutely not. But yeah, I do keep things real here, because I think it's important we don't engage in escapism all the time. Why do I say that? And I've said it before, but since we're, you know, talking about it, it's worth saying again. What am I doing? This is not even correct. Politics may not care, or you may not care about politics, but it's gonna care about you. Real world sociocultural issues will care about you, even if you don't care about them. You know, read the news, limit your consumption, do what you have to do to maintain your sanity. Just don't totally ignore the world. And I pride myself on at least bringing some filtered version of that to you guys. Yeah, if Wells had Lionel's, I'm gonna be honest, that would be catch me in armor or, you know, not be there at all. Yes, I want... An energy cell has 45 slots for expansion. Yours will hold 6 more energy wells. To produce 6 energy wells will require 600 crystallized charges. Is that acceptable? Yup. Let's go. Please wait. I have refined your crystallized charges into 6 energy wells. Okay, I think that's all finished. Your energy cell has been expanded to the maximum extent possible. It will not support more energy wells, but you may still find yourself with surplus crystallized charges. I will instead accept crystallized charges for your choice of Zonai device. Would you like to trade for a Zonai device? Sure. And, okay, so we have intervals of 3. And this is for any one of them in the game, right? It looks like it. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at here. All right, we're gonna trade up for 30, or not them all. Get me 3 of these. So if I want big batteries, getting the crystallized charges are how we're gonna get that. Got it. And then here, give me 3 that are actually useful. What do I probably want here? 3 steering sticks. Nope, we're all good. I would enjoy further visits from you. And I'm gonna hope that I am going to hope that resets when vendor resets normally happen. And we're going to get to skydiving over to the next cave that has the bubble gem in it. You kept all your big batteries that you got through the storyline and exploring. Yeah, I think there's supposed to be something like 13, so that would make a lot of sense. I'm probably going to stockpile a few of these for, like, the big devices that people would probably be really interested in seeing. I'm certainly not going to make my own devices, or by that I mean, I'm certainly not going to attempt to engineer anything originally custom, but I think, you know, on our way out the door, when we get ready to finish this LP, we can check out some of the limits of what Hyrule Engineering has to offer. I'm wanting to go into the Sky Tower, is what's going on here. Okay, let me see. What else can I talk about? Oh, and also, I guess let me put a mark here so I know to actually go that way. I guess I could talk about quantum computing for a minute. There have been a significant number of advancements recently. We're getting to be able to house like a quantum computing server. And that's only just once we get the computing servers set up. And by we, I mean the United States. We're starting to experiment with quantum encryption and cyber defense measures. That's going to be great because there are countries that are already weaponizing quantum computing in order to break existing networks. So having that defense is going to be pretty important. And our lovely friend, the bubble frog, is literally right over here. Pretty easy dip in, too. Oh, yeah. Other than that, we're also having our long-term, Why did I want to go here? There was a reason why I marked these. I can't remember why that was the case. I think I might have saw something, and I just totally forgot what it was. That's okay. We'll move on to the depth. I don't particularly see any caves we haven't explored yet. Are in the Lanayru region, and we'll get those at a later point. Okay, so let's head into the depths. We got a couple places we can go. Let's get to those. But I'm excited for the world of computing. I wish I could say the same about biology, but that science is taking a bit of a hard hit right now. There really isn't much being talked about, or it's being suppressed. I don't really know why. Maybe it's just not on my feeds in the correct locations or places, so... Right now, the quantum computing and, like, cybersecurity ramifications have been all the rage lately. Let's see. I feel like a four-wheel hover bike today. Mr. Jason says, if you were to sell all of your Lionel and Gleok items, you would have, oh, get out of that. You would have, 36,342 rupees. Yeah, I've been farming a pretty nice stack of bright bloom seeds, which'll sell for pretty penny. I'll actually probably sell some of those down when we're done being in the depth. We won't be in the depth too terribly long. It is quite literally just to clean up a few locations, and then I think we're probably done here. Nice. Love that for me. And that'll help us with purchasing armor and stuff. We're going to set this up right. And I'm going to mark it with a bright bloom seed so it doesn't just go somewhere. Okay, and that should keep it here for a little while. Nice. Who else is, I see. No, I don't want to do that. Thank you, though. Thank you, though, game. Not anything there. Mr. Jason says, I love how that fell exactly on its side. That's the sort of thing where it wouldn't happen if you intended it. Yeah, like it can only happen because of the way the physics just kind of naturally behaves. And it's like completely random, right? That's always hilarious. And then, yeah, I've definitely had the, oh, it wouldn't happen again, even if I could try. And whenever I have tried, I look like a lunatic for trying to demonstrate it, knowing full well it's such a gambit. What is this? What is this? A surveillance platform? This is hilarious. So there's the storehouse. And where exactly is that storehouse? Is that... It's not up top. It like panned to the location. Ah, it's probably up here. Okay. Now, what were you guarding, my Yiga, clansman? Bananas? Crystallized charges, that's like 7 more, sticks. And a Yiga schematic, a scrawled schematic for contraption made of Zonai devices and building materials. Ah, okay. Flamethrower balloon. Awesome. I'm glad I came here and checked. But we also have the logbook in the lunch area, it looks like. What does logbook have to say? This region has a surprising number of ruins. Clearly something used to be active here. Relics named Zonai devices are regularly discovered in the ruins, but what are the devices? Who made them and why? It will remain a mystery. All we know is that each device has its own power and function. It would be folly not to harness this power for our own designs. We must find a way to reuse each one we discover. I just wish they weren't so difficult to assemble. Life would be so much easier if we could magically put them together, but that's just silly. There's no use wishing for impossible things. Glory to Master Koga. Wow, at least that one had a head on their shoulders. I get the feeling a Blade Master wrote that one. Not gonna lie. And now we can just take that one and get out of here. We are limited on Zonai ore, so I am going to have to kind of limit the Zonai devices. So it's there's a pretty reasonable chance we'll be on foot today. Although that's quite honestly fine. Mr. Jason says you feel sorry for the Blade Masters. They have idiots below them and an idiot above them. Yeah. If The Legend of Zelda Hyrule Warriors: The Age of Calamity has taught us anything, it is that the Blade Masters and like the right hands are like the most competent at their job, and the leaders can be a little bit how should I put this? Duller than a box of crayons. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Nintendo Switch 2 edition has a dupe glitch that you're really surprised Nintendo hasn't figured out. Mr. Coin, you were looking at Reddit and someone did a manual save, deposited 10 diamonds to the Zelda Notes app, and then reloaded the manual save and had those diamonds back in their inventory with the 10 diamonds still in the Zelda Notes app. Wait. Let's back up a second. A phone app can store inventory from that game. Am I reading that correctly? I am, in fact, reading that correctly. That is really scary. And the prequel? Wow. Yeah, no wonder they didn't patch that out. They might have thought about the feature, but the playtesting for something like that, tends to be, kind of a think about it first. Oh, no. All right. Let me just get him out of here. There are definitely more Yiga clan than that hiding around. We need to find them. Or we've been here before. Hold on, let's see what notebook this is. Yeah. Okay. We did this, and I just forgot to remove the mark, because there would have been a seal in front of this, right?
In the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the advertisement. We take 3-minute commercial breaks around here. You know, once the commercial break is over, there will be a timer to indicate how long it lasts in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Once that reaches 0, I should be back at my desk, and I recommend everybody should, leave their desks and come back during this time period. And, the commercial break will be over before everyone knows it. We can get right back to the gaming, because that's what we're actually here for, not anything else. Grab a snack, get a stretch, do something that you want to do with your 3 minutes. I promise it's not advertisements. Okay, where did it float off to? Am I like stupid? I must be stupid. I saw the hover bike float in the water earlier. Hold on, let me take a look around. Is there a current? There might be a current. Alright. I waited to see a push in the water. There's not. I think it might have just disappeared. That's fine. We can just walk on foot to this next one. If you guys like this content, and you hadn't considered doing so already, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. That would act as your stamp of approval here. And if you do follow on Twitch, you get free emotes for your trouble. Please also consider joining the Discord. Mr. Jason, if you happen to be here, would you please do the honors for that? We have ongoing voting items in there. Let me do this on the YouTube side, too. We have voting items. We have places to share pictures. We have places to talk to one another. It's pretty basic, but I work pretty hard on it, and there's also resources in there for you guys as well. So join it if you want to, or don't. Your choice. I won't tell anyone what to do, but please do consider it. And there, one of the bigger things in there is the Google Calendar. It's under the content resources. And Sorry, my mind is definitely fogging it up today. Yeah, in the content resources is the Google Calendar. It's an invite link, so you just click on that, and you can even sync up the calendar to your phone. It's the best way to keep in touch with my schedule. Let me read these off pretty quickly. Mr. Jason says, you remember you walked around with the full Giga set? Oh, on your end. Fair. You remember just casually walking through all these Giga bases with the full uniform? That must have been... That I feel like you could make a meme out of that if you wanted to. I guess while we're right here, let's do a little bit of mining. No time like the present, I suppose. Ore isn't gonna mine itself. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, that is definitely memeable content. Things to consider for later. I might try to like make or find memes to post over the week while I'm at the client job, you know, just to kind of share things with you guys. Speaking of, I'll see you after the break. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I had to check on a couple of things. Forgive me for that. Sitting on some pillows now, which is why I adjusted that. Okay. Definitely gotta replace this chair. So, a bit of an update. It turns out that the information about Twitch the new implementation for algorithms, or new implementation, what am I even saying? I'm literally just, an idiot sandwich, mouthing words. Making sure I take the time to think through what I'm saying before I just have it leave my mouth. Oh. A reward. Tunic of Time. Legend has it this armor was once worn by a hero who traveled through time. Strangely, its special design is fitted for children and adults alike. In other words, it has time-bending fabric. Love that. This needs the full set for us to really have a better idea of how it's going to look. It's a nice set. It's a nice tunic, though. Okay, that, I believe, covers everything on the... in terms of cleanup. So, other than this here, and I need to reconfirm what these two things are, but I will do that, and then we'll probably have to clean it up again some other time. In the meantime, though, it is time for Mount Lanayru. It is time to go to Hateno Village and see what all the hubbub is about. I hope we're excited for that. I heard it's a pretty big development for the game. I'm really, really, really excited to see how Hateno Village has changed over these past 5 years. And of course, it would be particularly fitting if I went outside the gates maybe around here-ish and go from there. All right, let's see. We definitely want the glide shirt, so that means I hope I've made some cold food. I have. Good. All right, let's get this show on the road. Now, while I'm thinking on it, like I was saying earlier, so it turns out that that whole bit about them suppressing lurkers may or may not be true. The whole Twitch thing I mentioned earlier. That said, I'm not gonna take any chances. The 1-point interaction is here to stay. And at the very least, if nothing else, what we've done is, primed this, I primed the servers that I sent this out to with, the fact that Twitch could do it. Like, if they could just leave it in, or leave the bug as a feature, and that would be really, really problematic. Okay, we're gonna park it a little bit before. And we're gonna do something rare. We're gonna make use of the campfire feature. Okay. Oh, it's a bunch of, It's a bunch of these. Okay, let's go. Rest until morning, please. Although, you know what? Maybe I should rest until the afternoon now that I think on it. Because that's when all the festivities and stuff would be, right? Nice. I love that for me. Maybe I can, like... Oh, I know what I could do. I could, like, put out 2 stabilizers and a hoverstone, and that would probably work. Just want the shelter so I could, like... Okay, what is attacking us this time? And then right on top. Okay, this should be dry. Noon, please. And it better not be raining. At the very least, what I've done is tell people to be on the lookout for, you know, when Twitch might make the bug a feature. That's all. So I don't feel too bad about posting it in the servers I posted it on. Man, it's just raining on our day or what? I guess there's a rainy day parade and we weren't in on the know. Let's see. How do we want to dress this up? Maybe we'll take off the hood for right now, or take off the headwear for now. Halt and identify yourself, suspicious guy. I'm not suspicious. Oh, you're not? Then I'll give you the gatekeeper's greeting. How did it go again? You've come to Hateno Village, home of fine produce and dyed goods. Our vegetables are the best around, and we're at the forefront of fashion. Did I say that right? My dad would have known. Too bad he's still at Lookout Landing. Who's your dad there, buddy? Why is he at Lookout Landing? I would love to know. He should be back home with his children. Mr. Jason says, in your copy of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom on your Nintendo Switch, the OLED Switch model, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom edition. Oh, that's... Hold on. That's one whole thing? No, there's a period there. I think. Oh, no. That's saying Nintendo Switch OLED model with the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom edition skin. I think that's how that's said. I still have it on the 1.0 version, so you can glide it, do a super easy dupe glitch. Mr. NK has his on 1.0 as well, where he drops things from inventory and then quickly opens the inventory. You usually don't dupe in your games, but you know what? I fully completed the entire game on your save file, including all Koroks, so you think you've earned some fun? Yes, sir. That is a lot of time spent in that game. Duping is... I do not shame anyone for engaging in a bit of, you know, glitchy fun. I may or may not have a query for you, Mr. Jason. I know, I keep racking those up. Again, queries of a personal nature. I'll DM those to you later, before tomorrow evening. I have perhaps a favor I'd like to ask, just if you happen to have it. Like, have the thing on hand. That's all I'll say for now. Let me take off weapons here. I feel like, I'll keep the bow. Maybe swap it to a knight's bow. We'll rock that look. And just in case, Mr. Koi, my Nintendo Switch OLED model, the Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom edition, is permanently in flight mode. I see. Pumpkins on the menu. Buy some at the general store. Neck, I'm very hungry. Sorry, I just had to make that reference. Be right there. Hang on just a second. Oh, I'm sure you were Mayor... I was sure you were Mayor Reed coming to talk for a bit. Did all this fashion business bring you to town, too? Before, folks came to Hateno Village for the veggies. But now they show up for that gaudy get-up Cece makes. So which are you after? The vegetables? That's what I thought. Hateno is its veggies, after all. I focus on growing pumpkins myself, but there's other fields and a couple of farms up the hill, too. And I suppose nowadays we got those weird sculptures to gawk at, too. Point is, there's plenty to check out around our village if you take the time to look. Anyway, what you see here is me trying to come up with a new kind of veggie, but I haven't had much luck so far. Still, if I quit so soon, I'd be a poor excuse for a farmer, wouldn't I now? Good on ya. What? Oh, it's you again. Nice bit of rain, eh? I bet the veggies are grateful down there. You gonna tell me about what you're growing? Whether it's for veggies or CC, I am glad people still make the trip out here. You came to town for veggies, right? A straight arrow, I like that. You know what? Let me see what happens if the response changes. Makes sense. I guess she is a world-famous designer or whatever. Go up the slope further into the village. Cece's shop is the tacky one on the left as you enter the gates. Even my wife Nikki is gaga about her stuff. You see this hat I'm wearing? Nikki's the one who insisted I keep it on. Give me a light, tough, straw hat when it comes to work in the fields any day. Oh, but don't let the wife hear I said so. She thinks it looks good on me. Anyway, what you see here is... Nope, I came here for the vegetables. That's what I really want. Oh, Mr. Coin, with Gathering Pavilion in, Pokemon Go, you have a friend as far away as Kuwait helping me? That's awesome. Wow, the TCC is an expansive place. Like, I guess I kind of knew that, but, you know, hearing that you have friends and connections that far out is... truly astonishing. That's good. It's nice to have friends all over. I wish I could say the same. Most of my friends are local. I have one that maybe is like... he's in kind of living in the mountains. But in like a state below mine, but that's really about it. The rest are all shipped out or, you know, moved on. They're in the next chapter of their lives. They're aspiring young moms and dads. They have kids. They're definitely feeling the ravages of a rude awakening in terms of what our country is, what the U.S. is going through at the moment. Leop, what strange decorations they've been putting up. Sorry about that. Are you a visitor here? A tourist? You're in Hateno, a village known for living off the land. For as long as anyone can remember, we've tilled the soil and let nature be our guide in life. Now, though, everything's getting so glitzy as some folks try to drum up more tourism business. I mean, can you blame them? Mind you, we were all happy to see Cece return to the village after she'd been away for so long. Some folks, like my daughter Prima, started wearing that flashy Cece brand stuff right away in celebration. But it's a tad over the top for me and my son-in-law Wharton. We prefer the simple life, the way we've always lived it. But I don't mean to talk your ear off. By all means, go on and have yourself a peaceful stay here. My goodness. Buy these sweet, nutritious carrots at the general store. Well, we've got decorations. Before we really head in, why don't we take a detour? Bolson Construction was building houses here. So I'm really curious to see what happened. Also, I'm not in on what happened to our house. Dream of owning your own home? Come down to Terrytown in Akala. We'll build it for you just the way you saw it in your dreams. Hudson Construction. Oh, man. And we have this house. This nice little, you know, block house. Here's another nice little block house. Here's a question, folks. Would you live in this type of house? You know, with all the strange, weird block coloring and like the framing. I don't know if I would. I think I would live in this type of house, but make it all one consistent color. This one maybe sits on top of a hill and everything. You wouldn't live there, no. You'd live around the block.
Sure, Jan.
That is getting a sure Jan, though. That is getting the eye roll. Really? That was good, but I felt like that was a stretch based on the ellipses there. I definitely feel like that required a bit of, you know, setup more than anything. Well, I guess all the spinning is a setup, but you know what I mean. Usually there isn't quite such a pause with the jokes. True, fair enough. Nothing wrong with that or anything, just the best jokes need setup. Fair enough. Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm thinking on it, comedians usually have a script, or, you know, they usually have lines that they, like, go through, jokes that they write up ahead of time. They think about all the things they want to talk about. Fair enough. Zelda's journal. Oh. So we got kicked out. This is her house now. You know what? I probably... maybe kicked out's the wrong word. I think Link probably would have given Zelda his house. And he would have found a new house somewhere. You were watching the news last night, Mr. Coin. Or a cheese factory in France collapsed. The police went to explore the area. All they found was debris. All right, yes, that was pretty good. At first, I was convinced you were going to talk about the UK newspaper or something, because I know the UK does have prolific news media, just like we do here in the States. But I saw the joke, and then I quickly put two and two together. It's a setup. That's a pretty good one. After the calamity, I asked myself how to rebuild, and set out across Hyrule in search of an answer. I saw collapsed buildings, lost cities. The damage was far worse than I had imagined. But as I watched the people and heard their stories, I was convinced all was not lost. The people's spirits were not broken. They and their strong wills are Hyrule's greatest treasure. They are the ones who will rebuild, and my contribution to their efforts will be to protect them while they do so. As part of Hyrule's reconstruction, we've built a school in Hateno Village. It's the largest Hylian village with its sprawling, bountiful land. There are so many children living here that it seemed the ideal place to found a school. I recruited Simon from the Research Institute to teach there. He was Poor's assistant for years, which makes him well equipped to deal with the needs of quirky children. I'll be overseeing the school for a while myself to keep an eye on the students. Oh no. I wonder how the kids are going to take to the fact that they have the princess or the lovely ruler to be watching over them. Hey there, Michael DS. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, it is. Or it was. It's Zelda's house now. I get the feeling we're going to have to build a new one, Mr. Michael DS. You've come in at a good time. We are soaking in Hateno Village. It might even be most of the stream today. We'll see. Michael DS says, I know that it's possible to have a house at Tears of the Kingdom, if I'm right. Yeah, I believe so. I get the feeling Terrytown is going to be where it's located, though. Because that'll be where Hudson Construction is. And we had to talk to Bolsa Construction last time, so having to talk to Hudson Construction feels, pretty apropos. I'll be overseeing this... Right, I already read that. I commissioned Bolson, who taught his trade to Hudson of Hudson Construction, to construct the school for us. He seemed deeply moved by the request. This will be his final job in Hateno Village before he sets off on a journey. I had him add a secret room to my house. One that won't appear on the plans. It's dim, but humidity and temperature controlled, so very comfortable. It's proven very useful when I'm working alone and need to concentrate. Ooh... We might break protocol. I want to know where your extra room is, Miss Zelda, Miss Hyrule. Michael DS says, I managed to farm some Zonite ores yesterday. It was very hard to do, I can imagine. It's definitely not easy. You basically have to fly around the depth. That's like your only way of getting it. You gotta fly around the depths. You gotta find enemy encampments. So when you find the mines the first time, they're pretty bountiful for Zonite for the most part. But repeat visits, the mines are not that worth it. You're better off flying around and mining the ore near where the enemy encampments are. You'll make a lot more that way. Mr. Jason says, when Nintendo first announced The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, it was truly a highly anticipated game. Okay. That was quite the stretch. Not gonna lie. Is that a Shurjan, though? Maybe not. I don't know if it was that bad. Well, not bad, but like, sorry. Brain is definitely being slow. You have the flying... Michael DS says they have the flying hoverboard, but you don't have enough battery to fly it around the depth. Yeah, so you kind of have to, like, run around on foot. You've only upgraded 2 slots of battery so far. Makes sense. Then, yeah, you kind of just have to walk around. And depending on where you've gone and collected light roots at, you may or may not be able to find... skeletal transport is what I'll say to help you with that. Work on the school has been moving along smoothly, but a major problem recently reared its head. We don't have enough teachers. Simon is interviewing people, but he hasn't found a good fit yet. I'd like to hire someone intelligent, educated, and capable of earning the children's trust. Nurturing our children is an extension of our duty to this land. We shape our future by the way we shape their path. I hope to see sterling members of our community come to this village and take up that mantle as their teacher. Oh, maybe Jaren, or maybe, Robbie's son might be decent. Why don't we, look around for what addition Zelda had to the, had added to the house. Supposed to be humidity controlled? Well, it wouldn't be in here. Oh, we straight up just bumped into it without even thinking. Oh, if you take it to gardening in here, Miss Hyrule. Think that's what's going on here. Yeah, there are plenty of upgrades left to go. We actually just maxed ours today. We have the full litany of them. I won't mention what comes after you're done upgrading them for the sake of spoilers, but it's pretty neat. Interesting. Michael DS says, did you know that the light roots spawn in the same location as the shrines? Most of them do, yes. It's a pretty neat concept. It's a pretty neat thing. Also, another interesting point of fact, the shrines, the shrine names in the depth, or the light root names in the depths are backwards versions of the shrine names on the surface. So the next time you're like transitioning between maps, feel free to like check, double check the name. You might be surprised to find out how, like, just try playing around with the names in your head. It's pretty interesting once you like get that to click in your mind. Well-worn hairband, an old, worn, simple hairband. Its color has long faded, but it still has some life left in it. Wearing it in your hair makes you sentimental about times past. Wait, what? Oh. If we want to look like BotW Link, I guess this is how we do it. Interesting. I'm glad we found this. I probably am not going to wear it all that much, but worth having. Zelda's Diary here is even more special, Mr. Jason says. I get the feeling it will be. Though the calamity is over, its scars remain. A mountain of problems stands before us, even as we begin to rebuild. No matter where I go to offer aid, Link remains at my side, a kindness that has taken a visible toll on his clothing. That's why I've put an order in for a new and improved champion's tunic just for him. I can't wait to see the look on his face when I surprise him with it. I'll hide it in the throne room, so we won't find it until after our investigation. Throne room, you say? Oh, that could be worth a quick trip back to the dungeon to go find. Even he would never expect that the torches are the key. According to Princess Zelda's diary, a new and improved champion's tunic is hidden in the throne room of Hyrule Castle. She wrote that the torches are the key, but what does that mean? Interesting. I can see why people think it's special. Because it's got a whole side quest attached to it. Alright. We've had this nice little detour. Let's see about getting back up on the main road. You lost or something? Maybe you ought to go ask Reed for directions. He's the mayor here. Actually, maybe he'd have better luck talking to Amira and Nikki. Those ladies are always standing around talking. Can we sleep in the bed? I don't think we can, but I'm gonna look. Miss Zelda still isn't back. Is it because she's disappointed in me? No, sweet summer child. Oh, do you have business at Miss Zelda's house too, mister? You know she's not back home yet, right? Right around the time of the upheaval, Miss Zelda just stopped coming home. She always used to say see you later whenever she left the village, but not that time. I swear if that child is like, hey, you can't do that, I'm gonna be upset. Let me double check YouTube here. Yeah, so what are there, 160 light roots? I'm curious. I'm curious as to like what the total is. I guess it would be the same number. 152 total shrines and 120 light roots. Okay, I guess that would make sense because shrines can appear in 2 of the 3 maps, whereas the light roots are explicit to the depths. That makes sense. I wonder if we'll get an idea of... Oh, hold on. Maybe... Let's see. So if we look, right... Yeah, okay. So the ones on the surface had, the ones on the or the ones in sky, do not have corresponding roots. Okay, so that means there are 120 shrines on the surface and 32 total shrines in sky. So we can actually kind of like keep track of our progress here. That's pretty impressive, not gonna lie. Let's see what all the remaining festivities are. Mr. Jason says, imagine that the sky, overworld, and the depth all had 1,000 Koroks. Nintendo can kiss my butt on that one. Did I forget that I was gonna check the bed, Mr. Coin? Check the bed. I must have forgotten to check it. Also, we're on the wrong map. Check it in Zelda's house. I hope I'm not experiencing brain rot or brain fatigue already. Yeah, I should check that before continuing. Thanks, I'll check. Okay, nothing here. Nothing underneath. I don't notice anything. Oh, you can still sleep in it? Oh, yeah, that was the check. We literally just used it, and I failed to acknowledge that I was wondering about that. Yeah, so that's pretty nice that we can still sleep in the bed, if nothing else. Not really all that interesting of a fact, though. The more interesting fact, for sure, will definitely be all of these chatty people. Good day. Welcome to Hateno Village. Here for some sightseeing? The East Wind General Store is open for business. If you're here for Hateno Village's famous fresh produce, you're in the right place. Or if you like this super cute CC hat, you can hit the store across that way, Ventist Clothing. They're featuring a new line of hats right now. Thanks to Cece, this village is the place to be. She's drawing in so many tourists that her sales are going up too. Cece's putting our village on the map. Oops, there I go again, shilling for the clothes shop again. I can hear Dad now. Just whose business are you promoting out there? It's alright, you clearly like the clothing store, it's fine. Oh my goodness. Nah, even though I want to take a picture, this has got to be, it's photo worthy. He just looks so nonplussed to be wearing that hat right now.
Oh.
Our little East Wind General Store carries all of Hateno Village's local specialties. Ever since Cece set up shop in the place across the way, Hateno has made a name for itself with fresh fashion. Before that, though, this was a farming community from way back. We're a self-sufficient little burg. We eat what we harvest and sell the rest. I tell you what, you haven't lived until you tried a bottle of fresh milk straight from Hateno pasture. Head on up to the pasture when you get a minute. You'll be glad you did. That wraps up the sales pitch, I figure. Sorry for the song and dance, but I got a business to run. Anywho, you were saying something I could do for you? What's that hat? Oh, this? Cece made it. She set up shop in the place across the way. She left a long while back to practice her craft, but she perfected it and came back as a famous fashion designer. Now CC fever is sweeping the village. You can't throw a rock without hitting someone wearing this hat. I also don't know the first thing about fashion myself. My wife Amira cares much more about that stuff. Anything else? I'm actually here to sell. We are here to sell some bright bloom seeds, pretty specifically. As soon as I can find the specific one, we want to be getting rid of 451 of these. So if you like your ASMR, here you go, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. I didn't want to interrupt any of that in case people got interesting ear sensations from any of that. We're good here. The veggies out in the field aren't for sale. If you're in the market for produce, come see us. We have fortified pumpkin, Highland shrooms, we've got arrows, milk, bird eggs, tomatoes, carrots, rice. And I see we have rice balls there as a recipe. So all the details are right there. All right, let's go see what this hubbub's about. As I said multiple times now, I can't admit 3 customers at present. What do you mean? We took the trouble to come here, and now you're saying we can't get in? But I wanted to see Cece's new stuff. It's not every day a mega famous fashion designer debuts new material. Yeah, everything I heard said this was some of Cece's best work. I'm so sorry, but we only have 1 entry ticket remaining. 1 ticket? So you're saying 1 person could go in? Hey, come on now. We can't just let one of us get a head start. Sure, I know that. It was just a joke. Okay, ma'am, you cannot be using the word joke unironically. So we have Broca, Balmar, and Sophie is the woman in front. Were there any other names? No, just these. Celessa. Oh well, maybe if we come back later, they'll have room for all of us. Yeah, it's not like this is the only clothing place in the village. What do you say we kill some time at the dye shop? Ooh, or we could check out the pasture. Speaking of which, I've heard that a little ways up from the road, from the pasture is a laboratory specializing in ancient stuff. Since we got all dolled up, we may as well hit the town and see it all. Thank goodness they gave up. But I could buy a ticket. Oh my, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. That face. I could just, like, do some things with that face. I could make some memes with that. Are you also a tourist who's come to see my sister? I mean, the new line of CC products? Cool, you could just see your sister like a normal person. As long as it's just you, you're free to go into the shop. Cece herself is in there right now, in fact. Nothing you'll see is for sale. It's only an exhibition right now. Sorry to disappoint. That's fine. Let's see what it's all about. This is why we're here, after all. Let's, fashionable personnel only. This used to just be an armor store, so this is actually pretty interesting that it's now way more than that. All right. No. Ah, another practically perfect masterpiece. It's an exemplar of the form from every angle. This is the sort of thing on which I've built my name and reputation as the world-renowned CC. Oh, pardon me. Are you an admirer here to meet the incomparable Cece? I must say, you don't seem to show any sort of interest in fashion. Welcome to Ventist Clothing, the only boutique in the world which carries the CC brand. And if you weren't aware, you stand before the very woman who changed this fusty old village into the birthplace of nouveau fashion. As proof, I present to you this. The CC hat! The newest and most magnificent work by yours truly, CC. Do you see that luxurious curve? Do you note my avant-garde? Oh, hello. Wouldn't you call it the pinnacle of perfection? This piece is so special that I dare not assign a price to it. It's not for sale. Do you know my avant-garde color choices? That was the line we missed. I remember doing lots of things to earn that hat and then never wore it. Interesting. I do think there's a quest associated with this. It's a pretty big... I dare say it's probably even a side adventure, given how much we've heard about Cece's fashion brand on our way here from our time in Kochi Village. I shall only part with it when I find someone truly worthy of owning it. Only the most impressive fashionista in Hyrule's trendiest village is worthy of such a crown. Taking a picture of that right then and there. What's all of this about Hyrule's trendiest village? I don't remember approving any new slogans for Hateno. Ah, look who's here. What can I do for you, oh esteemed Mayor Reed? I'm really sorry. I tried to stop him from coming in like he asked, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. Sophie, you're not supposed to refuse the mayor. You should have just let him in immediately. Cece, you have got to quit littering the village with your weird art pieces. Maybe you don't realize, but plants need their sleep too. Those eyesores are so bright at night that they're keeping the veggies awake. It's a real problem for the crops. Hateno's foundation is its produce. What are we going to do if it fails? Now, dear. There's no need to get so worked up. I think some of the people here actually like her art, you know. Wouldn't it be better to hear her out? Don't fall for her line of twaddle. She's got everyone in Hateno wrapped around her finger already. My duty is to look after the village, and that's what I mean to do. Looking after the village, you say? Who do you suppose you have to thank for Hateno's rejuvenation? It didn't need rejuvenating. Hateno Village is a peaceful place where folks live quiet lives, and that's the way they like it. Some people do read. Maybe not everyone, though. Do they? Then let us leave the matter to the people to decide. My avant-garde approach versus this mayor's quaint, bygone ways. The citizens will decide which outlook will drive the future of the village. By holding a mayoral election. You're calling for a mayoral election? Sure, suits me. I'll win that pretty easy. Sophie, I delegate management of the mayoral election to you. What? Come on, Clavia. I don't feel like sticking around here any longer. It's time we headed back home. There's no time to waste. Oh, you again. No. I really need to share these with my own phone so that I can, you know, make memes. I really need to do that. Oh, you again. I've got a long to-do list in preparation for the mayoral election. And the sooner I get started, the better. The answer should go without saying, but you are, of course, undecided. No. Oh ho. If you haven't yet thrown your lot in with either candidate, then welcome to Team CC. Welcome to Team CC. I do like that she just immediately roped us in to Team CC without so much as our saying anything.
Ooh.
That settles it. I trust. It's plain for all to see that I'm a shoo-in for the next mayor. Or so one would think. Yet there are still stragglers in this village, supporting Reed. They need a mental makeover. And so, I have a fabulous plan to give out mushrooms to Reed supporters. Mushrooms are synonymous with the CC brand. Fungal fashion is the CC way. Damn, I really was not expecting this bodacious babe to say fungal fashion. Like, whatsoever. Oh my goodness. I wasn't expecting her to say the line. She said the line. Today's title is literally I have to look at it because I've cast it out of my mind. The Fungal Fashion Festival Intrigue. Look, I had to know a little bit while making the thumbnail. I knew there was a festival. I didn't know this was an actual, like, pair of words I was gonna see. Mr. Jason says, with you being undecided, you could say there's two sides to every coin. Okay, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. What's not quite so great is this pose. Let's go somewhere more flattering. Right, already read this. The mushrooms I give them will paint them inside and out with fresh, vibrant CC brand colors. No. Although Sophie and I must mind the shop. Where will we find someone we can trust to carry out this vital task? I'll do it for you. There's the magic words I was waiting for. Your lifesaver. Now then, you'll be needing these. 8 Hylian shrooms. Really? Alright. These mushrooms are for the village's Reed supporters. It's easy to recognize them by how unstylish they are. My supporters are all expert fashionistas dressed to the nines in CC. This should go without saying, but don't give one to anyone in Reed's family. What? You have to go? Oh, that was that. Oh, I like how I could have said, I thank you for letting me give the speech, but we're just gonna get out of here now. Yeah, I see why you said that. That's what you would have picked. Fair. Maybe I'm wondering if maybe I could play a double agent here, but I'm not 100% sure. There's also no need to give them to children, travelers, or any temporary residents like the Sheikah researchers. That leaves us with, unless I miss my guess, a total of 8 Reed supporters. Your mission is simple. Give a single Hylian shroom to each of those 8 misguided voters. Well, off you go. Team CC or Team Reed? CC asked you to give Reed voters some mushrooms to open their eyes to new ways of thinking. Why? Do Hylian shrooms have psychedelics in them? Is this something that I should be paying more attention to? According to her, Reed voters are identifiable by their unfashionable clothing. Travelers, kids, the candidates' families, and temporary residents don't get mushrooms. That leaves 8 villagers not dressed in CC brand clothes. Mr. Jason says, ooh, you read a random Reddit post and you're kind of excited? Oh. Is it, related to this, or is it like an off-kilter joke or something? Just curious, that is. As you know, with you being a collector, you've just read that there was a first print cover art for the game Cadence of Hyrule. Ah, you do have a sealed release copy? That's awesome. Sophie, what do you think of all this? She saddled me with so much work when she put me in charge of the mayoral election. Sir, I feel like I should apologize for dragging you into this mess I found myself in.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Okay, took a nice big swig. That's awesome. I have the digital version of the game, but I bet the sealed copy looks pretty nice. That, my fine friends, is the cue for not only our second commercial break for the day, but also the all-dreaded, all-encompassing second chill. I know, the second chill, and I've even done a little bit of that in the beginning when mentioning the placards, but I'll try to keep it brief. So, I really appreciate you guys hanging with me, and of course, doing that is enough already. But if you do feel like being financially generous with your money, you know, underneath the video player on Twitch, it's probably on the bottom right-hand corner if I recall correctly. I probably don't. I have a Linktree link for people on Twitch. In YouTube, it'll be in the video description. You could just maximize the description, and it's there at the bottom. All my links are at the bottom. Gotta drum up the YouTube page engagement somehow. The Linktree contains access to Patreon, Coffee, and all manner of other platforms. And then for you guys on Twitch, you have all of the baked-in methods on Twitch, bits, subs, and so on. Please do feel free to check out any of those. Any continuous membership package will get you enough, will grant you most of the benefits that are required, or that you will not required. Most of the benefits. Twitch gets full benefits because those contain emotes, but every other portal that has a continuous membership package, you pretty much get 90% of the same benefits. You just don't get the emotes or the ability to skip ads. So, but the other portals are cheaper. They're $1 as opposed to Twitch, which is like at minimum $6 without gifting. So do feel free to fiddle around with any of that. And of course, if you do decide to get a continuous membership package either through Twitch or Patreon or Coffee, please do consider joining the Discord. You get extra special perks for that. You get an extra vote counted toward whatever options you vote for when we vote on items. And you guys get a sneak preview of the thumbnails that I make anywhere between a couple of hours before the stream to a whole day before the stream starts, depending on how diligent I am. That's pretty much about it. And then, of course, for the commercial break, there will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen at the top of the hour. Once that hits 0, we'll pick right back up where we left off. I highly recommend everyone get up and take a stretch break for themselves, and the commercial break will in fact be over before you know it. No worries about that. hold on. I definitely missed one. I feel like I should apologize for dragging you into this mess I found myself in, but since we are both involved now, could you give me a little advice? Sure! Link is great at political advice. I should have expected that. The thing I need your advice on is my sister. It's about Cece. Lately, she's been sneaking off alone in the middle of the night. I don't think it's anything sinister, but the election is soon, and I don't want any last-minute surprises to hurt her chances. So I'd like you to tell my sister, find out where she's going and what she's up to, and get back to me. I've tried following her myself, but she spotted me right away. I really got an earful about it, too. If you succeed in finding out what she's doing, I could reward you, of course. You're the only one I can ask for help. I don't want any of the villagers finding out until I know what's going on. Help me out, please. Cece's secret. It seems that Cece sneaks out of the house somewhere every night. Sophie has asked you to tail Cece. It sounds like she's alert to her surroundings while she's moving, so it'll be important to stay out of sight. Sorry, but I can't talk. I'm in a hurry. If you have questions about our village, why not ask the mayor? He should be at home at this hour. Just enter through the arch-shaped gate at this hour. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, be right back, everybody. So sorry about that, folks. I'm back. So, any of you ever have dry eye before? I took a look at myself in the mirror. And my eyes were looking a little bit bloodshot, so I spent a couple of minutes, at the very least, trying to, like, moisturize my eye a bit. I'll know in, like, a few minutes whether that's been helpful or not. Yeah, as you can see, when I said I've been in the deep, dark place a lot recently, and it's really been affecting me. The bloodshot eyes, you know, being up at night a lot and being restless and angry and upset and tired all the time really take a toll on my mental health. Not gonna lie. But I'm pushing through today, and I'm gonna continue pushing through. I'll have a whole week to hopefully sort myself out, and I'll get to feeling better soon. Welcome on in, Housequaker. Good to see ya. It's been a while, so I hope you've been doing well lately. I hope you're I hope you're in good health and in good spirits today. I hope you enjoy your stay. And Housequaker on YouTube says, all the music in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is wonderful. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. But the Hateno Village theme is one of your favorites. It's also a bit that's, it's also the most musical in my mind, of like all the soundtrack entries. This is the one that has like the most instrumentation on it. There's not as much reliance on like ambient pauses. The melody can stand by itself, which is good. Mr. Jason says you've made an interesting discovery, or that you have made an interesting discovery. Okay, Mr. Jason. What's the sitch? What's the deal? Okay, Twitch chat was acting funny. Sorry about that. I thought that you had only ordered 2 copies of Animal Crossing New Horizons for the Nintendo Switch at launch, and then an additional copy for both of your nieces. That's awesome. But apparently you still have a sealed copy somehow. You're buying more than you're even aware of, it seems. I am envious of whatever career you have. I'm not going to ask to swap places because I don't want you in this position. Living life the way I do really sucks. But I would like a copy of whatever it is you do for a living. I would love to be able to spend money on my friends the way that you spend money for family members and the people that you care about. That's very endearing. I like that. Hold on. I totally missed. Let me read this whole dialogue, because when I realized that I was supposed to be on break, I had already gone 10 seconds into the break and read a part of this, so let's just read it all over. Sorry, but I can't talk. I'm in a hurry. If you have questions about our village, why not ask the mayor? He should be home at this hour. Just enter through the arch-shaped gate. Oh, but I better get moving. I don't want to keep Miss Zelda waiting in case she's back home today. Goodbye. Very well, small child. I didn't mean to shove. Mumble, mumble. Love's fire burns forever. What? What's the matter? You can tell me, weirdly handsome dude. What the heck? Okay, you were like, totally, and he was doing the weird, awkward, straight guy act, and now he's like, more open? What, did your previous relationship with the innkeep fall through or something, Manny? He was the guy that asked us to collect restless crickets, by the way. For those that don't remember our time in Breath of the Wild, where it's a new experience for them. This guy had a kind of a swept haircut back then, with hair down to his like shoulders. So he's adopted some new clothes. You look like you've been in places. Sure, things are peaceful in the old village, but it's a jungle out there in the world. That's why I stick around here, checking out the scene, making sure no strangers put the moves on Miss Ivy. Wait, I mean, that's why I make sure no strangers come in from outside to disturb the peace.
Sure, Jan.
Sure, Manny. Ivy? You forgot the miss. Always add the miss. Okay, dude, relax. Honorifics are optional. They are meant to show deference and respect, but they are absolutely not required. You can even teach children not to say honorifics if you don't instill that practice in them. Miss Ivy is the poster girl for the East Wind General Store. There's no problem if you want to talk to Miss Ivy. Wait. Hold on. I need to do a double take here. Okay, so I apologize for wasting time on such a small thing, but this bothers me. So, in Breath of the Wild, when we found this dude, he was hitting up the innkeep, who looked to be around his age, right? Right? Everyone with me so far? She was clearly not interested in him, but she kept lying to him anyway whenever we would get, play matchmaker for him. I'm gesturing with my right hand like you can see that. In Tears of the Kingdom, isn't Miss Ivy isn't she like 16, 17, and you're like clearly in your 20s, Manny? What the heck is going on with this? I find that problematic if that's true. Like, you should be hitting on women your own age, Manny. Or, maybe explore that, maybe explore a different side of yourself, Manny. You did call me weirdly handsome earlier. Just keep the naive. I just moved here, and won't somebody show me around act to a minimum? Not that anyone could be as young, guyish, or fashion-esque as me. By the way, quick question for you, big guy. What kind of present do you think would make Miss Ivy at Eastwind happy? I'm not asking for me, you understand. A friend of a friend wanted advice, and I'm having a tough time with the answer. Obviously, I can't just go ask her directly. Let me know if you think of something. Manny's beloved. It seems Manny's friend's friend badly wants to catch the eye of Ivy, the greeter for the general store. Can you muster the courage to ask Ivy what she likes the most? Sure, we can do that real quick. If you're interested in Hateno Village's specialty goods, go right in. What do you like? I'm not sure. What kind of a question is that? But he's still looking at me, so I should say something. Gee, almost like asking someone that question out of the blue is freaking weird. Okay, life advice from a single dude, I know. But if you're interested in someone, right? You're interested, you want to get to know them on a romantic level. I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Just bloody ask them directly. Don't act through intermediaries. The number of times where it's a lot of women who or not, it's not only women, right? There are dudes that do this too, but there are a lot of ladies out there, a lot of AFAB people, assigned female at birth people, that like have their girlfriends. They have their girlfriends. They operate together in a group, and one of the girls in the group, but not the girl who's interested, will come up and tell a guy, hey, my friend really likes you and would be interested in getting to know you. Would you maybe be willing to go over and have a chat with her? Now, the fun part is figuring out whether that's a setup, because the friend that's asking you knows that the girl she just referred you to was not interested in you whatsoever, and so you're made to be made fun of like a fool, or you just made someone who was shy and like the girl who makes the other girl the one who's doing the inquiring, that makes someone super shy very uncomfortable. The same is true of dudes, but we go about it in a little bit of a different way. Just ask people directly. Leave a note. If you're too shy, I get that. I could not imagine myself asking people out on dates right now, but if I could ask for dates, because I the dating culture is so hostile here in the US right now, leave a note. And even though bars are not fantastic places to hit up ladies or chat with them, they are slightly less inhibited. You don't want to catch them too drunk, right? That's the, hey, we need to go sit you down so you could, like, sleep off the alcohol and not do anything weird, look out for each other as human beings. It's the, oh, I drank just enough to be loose and free-spirited. She's approachable now. There are a lot of guys that are doing that now. I'm about to pull mic cables. Let's not do that. But yeah, don't use the dating apps, folks. Don't do it. Those are set up to have you fail on purpose. Go to bars. Go and find someone who's not quite knee deep in alcohol yet. Go talk to people at the local grocer. And if you don't feel comfortable talking to them, okay, that's cool. Say, hey, I got this note. It's for you. I'm gonna leave this with you and go now. Don't protract your stay. Don't make it weird. Don't make it uncomfortable or anything. Just pass the note and leave. That's all you have to do. Go from there. Maybe frogs? Sure, why not? I like frogs. I like frogs. Sorry, I was, the Rolodex of memes landed on the machinima clip, and so I was pantomiming or saying that one. If I had 100 hot-footed frogs, I would be incredibly happy. Oops, I couldn't think of anything, so I just told him what my dad likes instead. Oh my god. Oh my. What do you do with those hot-footed frogs? Pretty sure I even had 100 of them prior to making elixirs this morning. It turns out that what Ivy wants the most in life is 100 hot-footed... Oh my goodness. MCG519, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. If you guys don't know who MCG519 is, please go check out his content. He operates a lot of shooter titles, first-person shooters, that sort of thing. He is the other half of the Monkey Funk 4D crew. I'm sure he doesn't only play shooters, but that's how I know of him. Like, that's the content that I've seen him play. Mr. MCG, you can clarify that if you feel up to it. But welcome on in, MCG519 and beautiful Raiders. How was the stream today? Hopefully everything went smoothly and went well. What were we today would be correct for sure, Monkey Funk. Greetings to both of you. Can we also get a shout out for Monkey Funk 4D? As well as I'm pretty sure Doom Dizzle dropped a follow, and I'm pretty sure they stream as well. Thank you very much for the assists on that, Mr. Jason. MCG519 says, how's it going? Hope the weekend was nice and relaxing. I'd like to think so. It had its ups and downs for me, but it was more good than bad. I'll put it that way. How was the COD? Short COD stream, says MCG519. But it was a good one. Good. Glad to hear it. Get a good kill count. Nobody's scrubbing it up in COD. I'm interested. Even though shooters are not really my cup of tea, I do enjoy watching a good shooting match from time to time. Let me go back and catch up on some of the messages I missed. Yep. Oh, and most of for anyone that is coming in from MCG's raid, before I get into introductions and such, if you're planning on lurking, do me a favor, go to the channel point rewards, assuming you have points here. You should see a 1-point redeem called the check-in. Click on that at your earliest convenience. That way your view is counted while you are here. That would be much appreciated. Twitch has rolled out some new anti-view botting measures, and they catch a lot of innocent lurkers. Some streamers have been losing upwards of 50 or 60% of their viewers. So please do this for them more than you would do it for me. Interact either through messaging or through the nice check-in. That way you're actually flagged as a viewer. I wouldn't normally say this sort of thing, but given that the news is relatively recent, I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Okay, let me go back and catch up on chat again, and then I'll swap over to YouTube real quick. Mr. Jason says, imagine if Ivy wanted all 1,000 Korok seeds. That'd be one smelly gift. That's for darn sure. And Manny would have his work cut out for him. Doom Dizzle asks, is this the Zelda where you go to Hyrule or whatever? Well, they're always in Hyrule. But yes, this is one of them that's based in Hyrule. This is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It is the sequel to the Breath of the Wild, and it's Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are like a mini series within the franchise. They work, and the engine is similar, the mechanics are similar, the story is different, stuff like that. You're joking. I'm not the best with those. Let me switch over to YouTube for a second. Shiny says, insert a funny, witty first message here. Hello, Jason, and of course, hello, Mr. Coin. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Doing well today in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay, along with all of the lovely raiders from MCG's stream. I hope you guys are all well in health and in spirit yourselves. Welcome on in. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. It's pretty easy to say. And I will address that question in a second, Mr. Doom Dizzle. I am an action-adventure and RPG enthusiast. If you guys like that sort of stuff, things ranging from Xenoblade Chronicles 2, to, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time ROM hacks, Elden Ring or the Dark Souls franchise, Lies of P, and Steel Rising, all along with a litany of other things, even Fallout, for instance. You guys will be right at home here. I've played a litany of those over my 6 or 8 year tenure here on Twitch. along with other stuff that has yet to be finished. We are in the midst of a Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom playthrough, an action-adventure game with RPG elements. We are exploring Hateno Village. That's kind of today's episode. Let's see. Doom Dizzle asks, make any wild contraptions? Yes? Oh, I could show you the whole thing. Let me go outside town real quick, and I can feature the auto builder. The auto builder is kind of like an in-game catalog of like favorited devices and like the history of some of the devices you've built. I won't build any of them because my Zonite ore is limited at the moment, but I can at least show the schematics and stuff. Doom Dizzle says Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is Kino. Not sure what that last word means, but Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is one that I've beaten on the channel. I've given it the full clear. It was awesome. I enjoyed every minute of it. I even have a few highlights from years ago when we beat that game. Like the base game, not Torn of the Golden Country. I would have to go back and finish that one on stream. I think I started playing it on stream and then stopped when college became really busy. So this device here, this one I picked up from one of the mines. It's an extruder of sorts. You build one and it'll knock around sediment, dirt, dust, and so on. And I outfitted it with some extra batteries. My most used devices by far are the hover bikes here. Great for outdoor aerial movement. It pretty much gets you anywhere you want to go. And the 6-fan design, while not the best, does let me have the opportunity to ferry many Korok friends from one area to another. I won't list or show everything. I've also made a battle truck of sorts, or a battle SUV of sorts, just missing the plates, complete with head cannons. I've got a plane that I've found from that I based the blueprints off of from Hyrule Works. That doesn't really require any sort of... That is not the correct plane. Oh, I think I was having issues with it. Yeah, I totally forgot to save that blueprint. But all you do is you staple a fan in front of this at the front, and you don't need any kind of groover track for it. That's just some of the stuff. The game also gives you schematics that build set devices on its own too. Let me go back through and catch back up on chat again. Mr. Jason says, I would love Paper Mario the Thousand-Year Door one day. I have the original copy, and I'm pretty sure I have... I guess it would be the VC... I don't think there is a VCC version, like a Virtual Console version. VC, not VCC. That would be the back of the credit card, not anything else. But I do have a copy. I could play that. Is that possible? It is possible. Is it likely? Well, Oh yeah, there is also the Switch re-release. If people want to see the Switch re-release, I'm gonna have to make the bucks. I have to make money for that to happen. If people do want to post suggestions for games to play, I do have a Discord server. I have a suggestions channel. We are voting on games to play next after Tears of the Kingdom, but I can take suggestions to put into the box anytime in the separate suggestions channel. Mr. Jason also goes on to say of a sealed copy of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Torn of the Golden Country. Nice. I have the season pass version. I don't think there are any changes between the two that I could see, but I'm open to being proven wrong. going back over to YouTube real quick. Shiny says, Manny seems like the kind of guy who would fall for any pretty girl who would keep eye contact with him for more than a tenth of a second. Probably. Not only that, but I'm pretty sure he's fallen for girls that are, shall I say, they're girls that would definitely fall outside of the Romeo and Juliet clauses that some nations have. Who are you? Kamana. Hey, do you know you're getting wet? You need to get under a roof somewhere. Why? Who is this freak? What the heck? What did I do to you? Hey there, what brings you to town? Nothing, I'm just being freaky. Would you like to try that one again? Oh, he's actually pretty handsome now that I get a good look. What, so your default response is to call people a freak? Don't do that. Don't do that. That's awful. Hey, I have a good idea. You should take this and not ask any questions. Why? Why bird egg? Just randomly. You swept me off my feet so fast that I gave you one of my prized eggs. No more though. Just forget what happened here today. How could I ever forget? Your heart is like a cuckoo's egg, easily given but easy to break. Please find it in your heart to forget what happened today. Your heart is like a cuckoo's egg. The taste is heavenly, but it's all eaten up before you know it. Please find it in your heart to forget what happened today. This isn't working. I was wondering whether it was possible to romanticize eggs. What is this conversation? Wait, like, first she calls me a freak, then she's like, oh, hey, he's kind of cute, too. Oh, please take this egg. Coin.exe has stopped working. Are we doing a dating skit right now? She cracked under the pressure. That one was pretty good. Just off the cuff. Best one so far. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting set up here, to say the least. But in the end, eggs are something you cook and eat for breakfast, and that's it. Now, that's not true. The issue is you did it too many times, Tamana. Also, again, you started by calling me a freak under your breath, and therefore you were already, 1 foot into a cow patty with me, so to speak. Maybe don't do that. I should head back to work. The stores and barn are always open. Take it easy, stranger. Did you still need something? Nope. Oh, well then, I have work to do, so I'll be on my way. I want to talk to the family. I want to talk to Reed before I fully commit to this. Not that I can change course now, I think, but I at least want to see what Reed has to say before continuing. My goodness. Now, for those that have come in from the raid, once again, I do stream Monday through Friday, pretty much 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, like clockwork. Now, this week and the next week are going to be a little bit, dare I say, unfortunately quite abbreviated, because I will be at a client job that will keep me away from the computer for a whole week. But I do normally stream during the weekday, usually at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, going for about 4 hours. Yeah, are you done poking around the pillar? I don't know why, but YouTube doesn't show some of your messages, Mr. Shiny says. I hear that YouTube has been doing that as of lately. Why, I could not tell you. Some say it's related to the the anti-view botting measures that have been making their rounds on various sites. But it could also have nothing to do with combating view bots or spam bots, and it could be something else altogether. I'm not really sure, but it is something I've been keeping my eye out on. I will probably know more in the next couple of days as companies, fix the, fix the perception of how their websites are working. I hope that you can read him like a book, Mr. Jason says. You haven't hit the sure Jan in a minute, which is pretty good. Manny says, I'm not trying to be rude, buddy, but what were you doing with Miss Ivy from the general store? Sure, I noticed. I've been checking her out for a friend of a friend tipped me off. My God, dude, can you not pull a Clint right now? Clint, as in the name Clint, not anything else. Before anyone else clips that out of context or thinks I've said something untoward. Clint, like the blacksmith from Stardew Valley. Clint acts like this. A very, very, shy and definitely being a little bit creepy right now. Not gonna lie. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, you had a comment about Tamana. I noticed that she seems like she's walking on eggshells while having a conversation with you. She very much is a class act, isn't she? Again, just so many mixed signals. That's probably the worst thing about it up to this point. It's just the mixed signals. All right, Manny. Look, I talked to her for you. You're not going to like what she had to say, but here you go. You went and asked what Miss Ivy likes right to her face? What's the idea? Uh-oh. Gotta play it smooth. Can't let him guess I'm the one dying to know. Dude, you already cracked. You've already yoked it up.
It's just asinine.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give myself a victory on that one. Absolutely not. I gotta let the, I gotta leave the jokes in a little bit longer before they hatch, don't you think?
Sure, Jan.
All right, then. So what is it? What does Miss Ivy want? Can't leave my friend's friend hanging. She wants hot-footed frogs and 100 of them at that? Yeah, that checks out. Miss Ivy's love for animals is just one of her many charming things about her. Or so my friend's friend is always saying. That was a close one. I better play it smooth. You better fess up. Still, collecting 100 hot-footed frogs seems like a big job, even for someone you love. But not if I had help. You traveler types go into wells and caves all the time, right? That's just the kind of place where you find frogs. You don't even have to go far. Didn't I hear about a bunch of frogs in a well somewhere in this village? Maybe I should check it out later. What? I didn't say anything. Look, let's just focus on how helpful it would be if you gathered 10 of those frogs. Hey, buddy, do I hear the faint croaks of little frogs? Specifically, 10 hot-footed frogs in that pouch of yours? Take it away. 1, 2, 3. I am 100% him. Hold on. What's up with this? Him observing her basically all day isn't suspicious at all. Oh, it's very suspicious. This friend of a friend is probably 100% sure. Understood. Man, he's definitely being a bit weird, to put it lightly. And I do mean lightly. Mr. Jason says, if I was Manny, I would say, I need you to find some frogs. Hop to it. I need you to find me some frogs. We got we have our very own dual class act here on YouTube and Twitch. Mr. Jason and Mr. Shiny, everybody. I am truly blessed to have an audience that is funnier than I could ever probably be. Even with like the hatching joke, right? That definitely had to spend some time on the incubator in order to even be a bit half-baked. No. Okay, I made 2 in like 1 sitting.
It's against the law.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely too many jokes, too many cracks at jokes in 1 sitting. Aha! 10 frogs all accounted for. Allow me to take those off your hands, and as promised, here's your reward. Nice. Guess it's up to me to collect the rest. How I've been dreaming of a date with my beloved Miss Ivy. That's why I, Manny, will check every well in sight. Uh-oh, no coming back from that one. You delivered the 10 hot-footed frogs to Manny and received a reward. Manny confessed that he was the one who wanted to catch Ivy's eye. His plan now is to find the remaining hot-footed frogs. Hello there, Catherine Jameson. Welcome on into YouTube. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're taking a lay of the land in Tears of the Kingdom, and very specifically, we are here in Hateno Village, soaking up the fungal fashion intrigue. I was just about to ask about Tears of the Kingdom, but you said that you played The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. How did you find that game, if and you don't mind my asking? Did you enjoy it? I certainly did. But the 100% experience was not without some drawbacks. Hateno's mayoral election is on. Reed, the incumbent mayor of Hateno Village, is running against Cece, darling of the fashion world. To settle whose vision for Hateno will win out, the two of them have agreed to hold an election. Details soon. Catherine says your mom bought it? Nice. But how have, since you say played, what progress are you at? What progress do you have in Breath of the Wild? It's a pretty good game. Beating it? Working on your way to beating it? Just got a fresh start? I try to ask my audience that question. It can help steer conversation in a direction that's useful for the audience at large. And I'll extend that to everyone else too. You know, what's your level of familiarity with Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? Take your pick. Look, Amira, someone who forgot to put on his CC brand outfit today. Get with the times and put on some CC brand clothes already. How else will anyone know your loyalty to CC style? Mr. Jason says, I know Mr. Coin knows my familiarity. Yeah, I would imagine so. Catherine on YouTube says they're new to the game. Then you'll enjoy it, I think. You should enjoy it. It's got plenty of content in it. And the best part is you can choose what level of completion you want with the game. You can go totally straight to the end, or you can take your sweet time. The game allows both approaches, and I think that's really cool. You're using a tutorial. Tutorial, like a web tutorial? Mr. Shiny says, when it comes to Manny, I am totally convinced it will take him some time to leap into collecting the remaining 90 frogs. I felt like that was a bit of a stretch, maybe just a teensy tiny bit, but yeah, I'll give you the applause, sure. But at least the slow claps. I don't know if it was the hyphenated word or if it was, you know, like 2 bits of wordplay stuffed into the same sentence. I can't quite decide which was, which put it in the slow clap category. Mr. Jason says, when I approach Lionel's and Gleox, they think, oh goodness, not again. Why does he keep coming back? It was a double. Fair enough. Hey, if the intention was to make it a double, then you got your wish there. You're using a tutorial on how to beat Ganon, Catherine says. Oh, okay. Oh, so do you intend to go for him immediately? Walk around the village looking like that if you want, but don't blame me when Cece roasts your fashion sense. Cece set up her own Cece brand line. It proves what a fantastically avant-garde, charismatic designer she is. Why, Cece single-handedly set the tone for Hateno Village's whole look. Cece's shop is to the left of the village entrance. It's the stylish shop with the mushroom clothing decoration. You only bullied Ganondorf once, Mr. Jason says. That's interesting. Ah, no. Okay, so I'm curious why you would have the tutorial on how to beat Ganon, though. Mr. Jason says, as a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator, you just needed to go and remind him who's really in charge. Of course. Of course. If you're Nikki says, if you're feeling plain, shabby, or drab, Cece has the cure. Go ask her to coordinate your look today. Oh, what are you guys? Is everyone chilling for Cece brand clothes? I guess so, huh? Someday, a second store. Welcome to Kochi Dye Shop. Right, so you're a new customer, I think? Well, I don't do the dyeing around here. You want my hubby for that. All this activity is getting to be a problem. I mean, I'm grateful to Cece that our shop has taken off like this, but every day is so exhausting now. Tutorial is Friday, the 4 divine beasts, and then go to Ganon. Ah, okay. So, are you? Let me ask this, if you don't mind, Catherine. Are you like speed running the game? Because to go for the divine beast and then to Ganon, given that you have a tutorial, I wonder how quickly you're trying to clear the game, if at all. I'm just curious. Not sure what the... Trying to parse the AFR. Mr. Shiny says, in Tears of the Kingdom, Lionels don't even realize I'm there before they get 6 smacks on the back. It's something like, oh, you didn't expect me to arrive so unexpectedly, did you? Indeed. I haven't gotten that good in Tears of the Kingdom yet, but... I will soon. My plan is to definitely get that good real soon. Mr. Jason says, I love how you and Shiny have so much in common. Yeah, it's pretty eerie, or not eerie, but like uncanny. How many things in common you two actually have? At least in terms of like mannerisms. Or Catherine says, taking my time. Oh, you accidentally typed that. Okay. The AFR. Okay, so that wasn't anything. Got it. Okay, so you have the tutorial for when you need it. That's fine. Why don't we go... Oh, what on earth? Welcome, are you a traveler? Yeah, I am. Oh, yeah? You got good taste if you wandered here to Hateno Village. Our shop is all about style. Everyone who's interested in fashion comes here all the time. And we don't just dye clothes. We could do stuff with other fabrics too. My dad could tell you all about it. Oh, I thought he was more of the eccentric type, I'm not gonna lie. This dude being a dad is... That's awesome. He's got really good taste, so you recognize him as soon as you see him. What? Hold on. I do like how they're also aware that there is a camera. Yeah. Wait for the slate to focus. All memes later. Thank you so much for the subscription, Catherine. Much appreciated. I do hope that you please also consider joining the Discord. Let me go ahead and push that out real quick. I am looking to cultivate this, you know, a handful of people at a time. We do share pictures in here. We do talk about things on occasion. And you guys could see the thumbnails I make as well after the stream is over. Gives us stuff to talk about more than anything else. Your mom probably won't let you. That's totally fine. That is absolutely fine. Thank you for being upfront about that. That said, it's a pretty quiet place. There really isn't much going on. The most I could probably say is I might occasionally post a non-stream related picture, food, any tie knots I make or come up with or manage to tie myself, or yes, even a salacious meme. I've done all of those different things on the Discord. But yes, because you're only 8. Oh, I'm glad you said that. I appreciate you for being here, Catherine. That said, according to YouTube terms of service, you can't be here. I need you to, like, leave. So sorry about that. I'm gonna go ahead and hide that. So, YouTube terms of service, same as Twitch. Gotta be 13 and up. My apologies, but I don't want to get in trouble. Mr. Jason says, coin, not in a bad way, of course, but apparently your Discord's a bit intimidating when people join. Well, there's just a ton of different channels and sub-channels in there. There's a lot of different... Oh, I definitely missed the window on the side adventure. And the same squeaky sage voice as always. A little fact, Mr. Coin? Sure, Mr. Jason. Sage, let me not do that. You sometimes even get lost in there.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Because we did all that nice shilling during the initial 2 hours, we don't have any shilling left to do. So I'll just explain a bit about the commercial break. We do take commercial breaks here on the channel. For Twitch peeps, YouTube, I'm so sorry that I do things this way, but I do them for a reason. At the top of the next hour, will be when the commercial break starts. At the top, at the upper left-hand corner, will be a timer. When that when that timer reaches 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick right back up where we left off. I do highly recommend that you guys take the break at the same time. You know, go stretch, grab a snack, you know, talk to a loved one, do something, something that you want to do. I structure things this way so that nobody has to deal with FOMO. Because I think that's a rather foul practice for streams. It's why the ads have generally been getting worse on these platforms. It's to encourage people to buy Twitch Turbo or YouTube Premium. Instead, do neither of these things. You know, use an ad blocker. But if you're going to throw money at somebody, let it be me. You could pay me a fraction of what you pay them. Or, you know, this, that, or the other. Anyway, all that said, the commercial break will be over, you know, before you know it. Again, that's why I recommend people get up and take a break when I do. It's just as much for my benefit as it is yours. But it is for everyone's benefit. Shiny says, I think it's the same for other services too. The Discord TOS doesn't allow people under 13 using it. Well, I'm at least glad people were honest. More importantly. Like, you know, even if some people's parents are there, right? Like, I think that's okay. You shouldn't be... How do I word this? I just don't think, I just don't think children should be, you know, watching, like, streams on YouTube. I think that not too many streams anyway. They have to be an incredibly curated space. And even though I am relatively child-friendly, right? Like, I don't cuss a whole bunch. I wouldn't say at all. I've definitely let a few words fly today, but I generally don't cuss, and the conversations are fairly reasonable, but we do delve into some pretty serious subject matter sometimes. It's not safe for children to hear some of the things I say sometimes, and I don't think that your child should be hearing those things. Just putting that out there. Parents, make sure you curate the spaces that your children are using, please and thank you. Shiny says, oh, okay, that is directed at Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says that you're above 18. I kind of figured. You did say you had nieces earlier. You generally don't have nieces if you're not an adult. As for acting it sometimes, that's an entirely different subject. We all have an inner child here. I would just say my inner child is repressed for the most part. I try to act the adult I am for the most part. And if I do act like a child, it's usually in private. Mr. Shiny says, even YouTube Kids isn't fully child-friendly. Yeah, there are so many released videos about finding many questionable things on YouTube Kids. If you were a parent, you would certainly not allow your kid to use it. I'll have to read the rest of that after the commercial break, everybody, so sorry about that. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that. I'm back. Let me finish reading messages here. Even you two kids, Mr. Shiny was saying, isn't fully child-friendly. If you were a parent, you would certainly not allow your kid to use it. For a fact, any browsing would be done under supervision. Good man. Smart man. That's exactly what everybody should be doing. It's called parenting. Something that I think is kind of in short supply these days. Not that, you know, interestingly, I think, in terms of like surveys, I'm pretty sure Gen X is considered like the worst parents by far on average. But millennials are not that far behind. We are definitely the generation of putting a cell phone or an iPad in front of our children's faces. Not all of us, for sure, but definitely some of us. And, you know, entertaining them with that instead of parenting. Which I think has caused a significant amount of damage to populations over time, both culturally and academically slash, you know, educationally. I think it's caused a lot of damage. So good on you for taking that stance, and I think I would do the same thing. Okay. And that last sentence was directed at Mr. Jason. Okay. Good. So we've been here for 2 hours and we've barely moved any buildings. Why don't we lock in for the remainder of the hour, shall we? Not that I'm not going to be chatty, but I need to try to do a better job of moving forward with the game. If you were looking to add some color to your wardrobe, you found the right place. Hue do you do. Welcome to Kochi Dye Shop, where we live to dye. Man, are these guys' lines going to change or what? If you have any dye ingredients, it's 20 rupees to dye an item. That includes our service charge, of course. Let's get going and dye your get up to... Huh? Hooey! That's a lovely pair... Okay, here's the different line. That's a lovely paraglider you've got there. Nowadays, we not only do we dye clothes, we also offer a fabric rework service. Bring me some fabric and I could rework your paraglider with flying colors. You may be a first-time customer, but that's fine. We have a special introduction to our new service. For folks like you. Mr. Shiny says, live to die is so real. I like that sage person. Me too. I think his statements are very sage. Don't you? Yeah, okay. I'm definitely stretching that one.
Sure, Jan.
Definitely a stretch, for sure. Ta-da! Your very own introductory fabric. DC fabric. tough fabric bearing a CC brand design. Have you dropped by Ventus Clothing at the village entrance yet? CC, the famous designer who runs the place now. That was very forced. Yeah, I thought it was forced. I'm not very good at making unforced jokes. Cooked up the cutting-edge design on this fabric. Every region has its own unique fabric designs. Keep an eye out for them wherever you go. Think of me if you find some new fabric, won't you? We can rework your paraglider with it for you to fly the skies in style. Dyeing clothes to the color of your choice or reworking paragliders with some new cloth. Either way, it'll take just 20 rupees. Sure, we can rework the paraglider. This your first time reworking a paraglider, is it? Don't worry, I'll do all the work. You just hand over the fabric and leave the rest to me. So, which fabric do you have in mind for a paraglider rework today? I think we're going to start with the CC fabric. If you're fine with that one, then slip me 20 rupees and we'll get started. Thanks for the business. This won't take a moment. No watching paint dry for you. But I like watching paint. Sure. Setting the fabric. Ready to launch. That'll do her. Looking forward to your next visit. Now go out and paint the town red. Really? Oh my god. Sage, please.
Oh, give it a rest.
Nice. So, no shock and awe, but that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Mr. Shiny says, 2 fabrics that are available in-game without amiibo are special compared to the others because they glow in the dark. Yeah, I think we had, I'm pretty sure we had some, like, scraps. Or at least I thought we had access to like the list of scraps that we're carrying. Let's see if we can't look at the list here. Oh, never mind. This isn't even Sage's final form. Hey, I got a favor to ask. Sure. It's not enough for me to just rework with fabric you bring me. I want to dye my hand and make my own patterns. Just like Cece, of course. Hers are all original designs, and making fabrics from scratch seems like a lot of hard work. But that's where Hugh come in. Really, Sage? I'd clap, but I'm trying to, like, keep time here. Could you cast around for some reference material I could use as inspiration? First, I'm thinking I want to see visuals of that monster they call a choo-choo. He's definitely a country bumpkin. It's fine. Sage is also a spinster. He very much is, yes, Mr. Jason. That kind of choo-choo is everywhere, even just outside the village, but I'm too paint-hearted to get near them. Sage, buddy, tone the jokes down, please. For the love of the goddess Hylia. I think if I could see a regular choo-choo for myself, not a fire choo-choo or ice choo-choo, it would help a lot. Sage at Kochi Dye Shop has started using his dyeing technique to make different fabrics. He wants to make one based on a choo-choo and has asked you for a visual reference. If he could get a good look at a common blue choo-choo, he could come up with a lovely design. Mr. Jason says, Sage, don't give up your day job. I mean, some of them are gold. Some of them are, well, clay. But that's okay. A clay a day keeps the sage away. Hello there. Always happy to see a traveler in Hateno Village. Are you one of those who came to see the new CC fashion line? Not to brag, but the mind behind it is my own daughter, Cece. Ah! So this is whose loins that interesting chick comes from. If you're looking for her, you'll probably find her at that clothing shop. I mean boutique. It's over by the village entrance. Not sure what the difference is, personally, but Cece always gets upset when I call it a clothing shop. That's because Cece cares about presentation. I got that particular line. Oh, and that must be the schoolhouse. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go actually rest until the early nighttime hours, as I actually want to, whenever the game feels like it's ready. I want to see if we can't follow Miss CC and figure out what the heck her secret is. Mr. Jason said you wanted to make a joke, but it would have been a repeat. Now, the trick question is... the trick question there is alluding to the repeat itself the joke? Or is that just a statement of fact? Okay, let me go ahead and equip the nighttime armor. I wonder how observant she's gonna be. Statement of fact. Okay. So, let's see. I guess this would be a side adventure. Is there any way we can maybe listen around or something? I know sometimes you can eavesdrop. Let me not set that in there. Nope. Okay. I tried getting real cute with that. I mean, I'm not going to stop you from saying a repeat joke. I mean, I'll comment on the fact that it's a repeat, but sometimes the repeats are good. CC does head out the door eventually. Okay. Thank you for the notification there. Ah, speak of the devil and it shall appear. No one must suspect. Suspect what, CC? Are you sure you want to be out right now? There's a blood moon around the corner. Just gonna be, shh. We're gonna be very quiet. We're hunting for Cece's. Cece's Pizza. Okay, that one was bad, even by my standards. I debated making the title Cece's Fashion or Cece's Pizza, but I felt that would have been a little bit too on the nose. What I said was definitely...
It's against the law.
Was definitely against the law, for sure. I wanted to make it so bad, but I figured saying, coming up with a puntastic quip would have been way better than that travesty of whatever I just said about Cece's Pizza. Oh no. Just gonna be very quiet. I'm sure she's gonna look behind her. Building condemned. Do not enter. Alone at last. Oh, okay, Mr. Jason, what's up? There is another entry, probably up top if I had to guess. Let's see if I'm right. Or there is a little bit of a hidey hole up here. We found the peephole.
Ooh.
Perfect. I do believe nobody saw me. I'm free to enjoy another of my late night meals in secret. Oh. Man, I thought this was gonna be the part where, Cece showed us, or Cece shows us that she's doing something nefarious. Is this really all there is? Oh no, it's worse. I think this is what Reed was saying earlier about their crops not coming in correctly. It's because she's eating the shipment. That took me like entirely too long. Like either that or this is some elaborate ruse. I may be misreading this entirely. Let me double check YouTube. Okay, and Mr. Shiny was just saying there's another entry. Okay. How I enjoy my nightly vegetables. The shine, the luster, the fragrance. Yes, indeed. Now this is luxury dining. And so, without further ado, let us tuck in. So scrumptious. The crisp, smooth taste is a sign they were grown on a diet of pure water. Thanks to the farmer's deft touch and the quality of the soil, I can even eat the skin without misgivings. Do you normally not eat carrot skins? Honestly, vegetables from anywhere but Hateno Village simply don't count. They're nowhere near as filling. Though I've built a reputation on flash and glamour here in private, I must admit that the simple, unadorned things are best. There's simply no denying it, alas. But now that I'm full for tonight, it's best that I return home. If I don't return quickly, Sophie may start to suspect something. You tailed Cece late at night and observed her eating vegetables alone in a silo. From what you overheard, she has a deep love for Hateno Village's produce. Sophie should hear about this. Interesting in me, even though it's a condemned building. I thought this was going to be this weird secret. I guess not. Sorry about this. I know it's a tall order asking you to tail my sister, but I'm just so nervous about her. Really? The silo across the way? What? I thought she'd been hiding something big. Is that really all there was to it? I know my sister says a lot about charisma and style, and has to do everything in the most ostentatious way possible. But between you and me, her tastes are pretty plain. She loves the slow life here in Hateno Village. She probably told you she came back here because of development or whatever. But the truth is, she just wanted to eat the vegetables grown right here in her hometown again. At least I'm pretty sure that's the case. Either way, I'm so glad she wasn't up to anything scandalous. I want you to have this in exchange for helping me out. My sister really is a handful sometimes. Both she and Reed want the same things, you know. I can't understand why the two of them don't just work together instead of going to such bizarre lengths. Oh, you know what? I figured out what the trope of today's episode is. It's culture wars, everybody. This is what a culture war looks like in Zelda universe. We get to witness one right here, right before our very eyes. You know what? I'm pretty happy with today's thumbnail. I thought we would get to go on Korok hunts afterwards, but this is so much better than that. Having learned that all Cece was doing at night was eating vegetables in secret, Sophie was very relieved. I'm worried she's eating too many vegetables in one sitting, but we only saw her eat one carrot, so who knows? Oh, also, we're not done RPing. We're definitely just reporting back as secret keepers and not anything else. All right, we got so many more places to check out. Let's start with the school. Hateno's school. Yeah, there are a lot of places to check out today. And tomatoes. Mmm. Looking for Hylian tomatoes grown by Meta? Find them at the general store. Meta. Huh? Do you need something from me? Oh, well, all right then. See ya. Thanks, but no thanks. We're good. I hope everyone's been enjoying the gameplay. I do want to thank MCG519 along with their brother Monkey Funk 40 for bringing in their wonderful raiders again today. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who's hung out with me again today. Mr. Shiny, Mr. Jason, I appreciate you too, as always, along with everyone else. You know, even if some of them were far too young to be here, I can at least still appreciate their company. And I really do. If they do happen to be listening to this, I do hope they know it's nothing personal. It's just it's a matter of terms of service. Hope I recall my lecture. Yes, what is it? Oh, it's you. Link, haven't seen you in... Link? You're back. I like how he took a second and then realized, like, the graveness of just how long it had been. Ah, my apologies for the outburst. Clearly you're back in town then. But what of Princess Zelda? Mr. Coin, Shiny has become one of your valued clients. Ah, welcome to the TCC, Mr. Shiny. I do think you'll enjoy your stay here stay there at the TCC, if nothing else. My involvement is pretty light at the moment. I'll probably get to be a little bit more involved in the TCC once the client job is sort of like settled in. I'm not always, handling the client's pets all the time. I do get some free time. That's one of the nice things about gig work. Obviously, I'm limited. I can't bring a laptop or anything. I'm limited to my phone while I'm over there, but I can still do some stuff on mobile. Just limited to, like, posting things, mostly. But, yeah, the TCC is quite the place. I recommend looking at it. It'll really take quite a few minutes to soak it all in. Princess Zelda is still missing, which is the reason you came here alone. That makes more sense. Princess Zelda built this school, you see. We learned from the diary. She cared so much about the children. I'm sure this would be one of her first stops if she'd returned. Right now, we're covering history, which was very important to Princess Zelda. Oh goodness, I'm sorry, guys. I did not mean to yawn there. Drink. Mr. Jason says, pretty much, Mr. Coin, within the TCC staff, it's just general. It is just general, just relaxed. It is, in general, just relaxed, unless a superior asks something. So you would be a superior to the CEOs and so on. Yeah, I'm sort of getting a hang for the corporate structure. I just haven't found that much of the time to do any of the duties yet. That's all. I'll work on rectifying that, hopefully this week. Because I know you put out a couple of bolos on things to do for the server, among staff and stuff. Oh, I suppose team projects are a bit different compared to individual duties. Fair enough. Fair enough, Mr. Jason. Yeah, I think you would probably be right about that. We're focusing on Hyrule's history alongside the Calamity. You know, Link, you're welcome to sit in on a lesson if you'd like. Well, good morning to you. Today's lesson concerns Hyrule's history alongside the Calamity. To study history is to learn from those who came before us. A thorough understanding of the past is essential if our children hope to build a better future. You're welcome to sit in on the class and observe if you'd like. It sounds like I probably, Oh, can I just take a seat? Is that what's going on here? Let's take a minute and just kind of process this. No, wrong. These are some nice drawings. They're cute. I'm surprised Simon is well adjusted to this. But he seems like he enjoys his job, which is more than I could say for a lot of people in our own real world. School notes. Read the student evaluations. Oh, yes, spill the tea, please. Aster is one of Meta's children. She's a very active girl. I believe we have Meta to thank for that charming bob cut she sports. She loves her father and always wants to talk about his comings and goings. Lately, she's been especially focused on the Hylian tomatoes Meta is growing. For a time, she seemed out of sorts after Miss Cece bought their house next to the clothing shop, but she was back to her usual bright self soon enough, noting that her new home is cute, colorful, and close to Froggy. She has a real knack for finding the silver lining in every situation. Are we sure this isn't just a private diary disguised as school notes? I get the feeling this is a private diary disguised as school notes. I guess I thought I was going to be reading student evaluations more than anything. Karen is the only daughter of the mayor and his wife. She's kind-hearted but shy and seems to lack self-confidence. She's very perceptive, though. She has a way of seeing right to the core of things. I'm sure you know, Princess, that Mayor Reed has been breeding vegetables to appeal to the younger generation. It was Karen who first noticed that her peers were losing interest in produce. She figured this out based on nothing but the number of customers and total items in stock at the general store. I see her one day becoming a scholar to rival Pura, even possibly surpassing her. Okay, let me stop and catch up on chat here. In The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Mr. Jason's ghosts say, Hyrule experienced the calamity. In The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Hyrule experienced the upheaval. But give us a Legend of Zelda maker game, and not even the Triforce will help the Hylians. And even Ganondorf will cower in fear. Probably. Along with many, 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 many Legend of Zelda fans who will no doubt be just as split as the Mario Maker fans were about trolls. And I really do think it's a bit split, because on one hand you have like Dave and Carl Sagan. I say Dave, I should say DGR, because that's the channel name. You have Carl Sagan and you have DGR that are like, ooh, shiny new troll? Yes, please. On the other hand, you have like Pangea Panga and some other folks that are like, some trolls are good, a lot more of them are like hit or miss. And you know, maybe there's like some speed running slash like gauntlet brain perspectives going on there, where it's like if they weren't like trying to do the endless gauntlet, maybe the opinion would be more measured about it. But it could be worse. They could just hate. They definitely could just hate trolls. Like, troll levels as a whole. They could definitely be pulling a Nintendo. Let me move back over to YouTube here. One drawing is especially heartwarming, showing Zelda, I'm sorry, I should read the person who said that first. Mr. Shiny says, one drawing is especially heartwarming, showing Zelda taking an active part in education of future generations. That's worthy of the admiration. I hard agree, 100%. That's like the best drawing of them all. And then you go on to say, I'm sure your troll levels would make Ganondorf shiver in fear. Probably. I mean, if the troll castles are anything to go by, then I definitely think so. Mr. Jason says on Twitch, you have some troll creators that make levels for fun. Those are the best ones. But you have some troll creators that enjoy being evil for the fun of it. And you can't tell which camp Carl Sagan 42 is. He also likes making troll levels for fun, but this is the same chap that has no problem making the Wiggler's Cafe troll level that'll hard lock your Switch. Like, he has no problem doing that. Azu is the brother of Ivy from the general store, but he'll tell you his true identity is Azum, the big-time hero. He and Safaro used to be inseparable. But ever since the dye shop started getting more clients, Azum has been left to patrol after school alone. Although his mother is Amira, one of the town gossips, he keeps a close eye on his own on the goings-on within the village. It may seem like simple child's play, but people really do straighten up when they know they're being watched. As long as he's on patrol, I think we have nothing to fear in Hateno Village from any would-be small-time evildoers. Let's see. Make sure nothing's changed on YouTube. Okay. Hello there, Mr. Bear Type. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. And, I hope you enjoy your stay. No apology needed. No apology needed whatsoever. But I appreciate you thinking of me. How are things in your slice of terra firma, if and you don't mind my asking? Hopefully they're going well. You've come in just in time. We're having Hateno Village, the episode, the stream. The full-length feature film. Mr. Jason says, I'll be honest and not even biased, but now troll levels are like the only thing keeping SMM2 alive. I can imagine so. Especially because the game is basically... it's not even on patch support now. In my what? Well, let me ask that more plainly in a second. You got a TotK poster that is way bigger than you thought? Nice. What I mean to say is, how are things on your side of planet Earth, Mr. Bear Type? Like where you currently are. I hope things, in whatever country you live in are going well. That's what I meant. And me saying, how are things in your little slice of terra firma is my way of saying that in my own special way. Oh, this side is good? It's good. That's good. And smart of you to not drop the country name either. Really smart. Mr. Jason says, in glitch troll levels, you can't even trust solid floors. Yeah, especially, yeah. And it's also where troll levels tend to get their reputation of, oh, they tend to get banned by Nintendo. Mr. Shiny says, should I really buy SMM2 and shed some light on the game? I think if you like seeing what other people create, and you enjoy Super Mario Maker as like the platformer, the build a workshop platformer that it is, you'll probably enjoy it. If you're more interested in making levels, then unless you really enjoy that process, your enjoyment of the game may or may not wear a bit thin. But also, if other games are more your cup of tea, it may wear thin as well. Mr. Shiny says I used to be very into platformer games, so perhaps. I think I think Super Mario Maker 2 is one of, and games like that in general, are one of those games that are good in like 6-month bursts. You know, you'll play it for a while, you'll really get to enjoy it, and then you'll go and take a break. And then after the break, you know, you can come back and you'll enjoy it again. Whereas if you play it for years and years and years on end, you know, unless you just really enjoy that sort of game, and you enjoy everything about Super Mario Maker, I feel like you would eventually, like, wear out. And or diversifying maybe more of a common thing among Super Mario Maker streamers. But that's just what I've seen, you know, in the YouTube space. Like, content creators will make content for a few years, and then they'll take a break and do some other stuff. Mr. Coin, if Shiny streamed, they could be eligible to become a challenger. They could, especially given that, given this where this conversation is going. Doing well. Thanks for asking. Your ex and I returned to texting each other just as friends. Good, good. Made you feel better? That's good. I know that you were concerned about that. I'm glad that that relationship is salvaged. Because usually with exes, there's only one of two ways that goes that are healthy. Either you find a way to remain friends, or you cut the cord and it stays cut. You don't make a new cord back to the ex. That's awesome. Too many times, the relationships are unfortunately not amicable. And I think that's sad, but also kind of just a fact of life. I hope I personally never have to have an ex. That's kind of my goal with dating. I hope when I actually start doing it, I hope I never have one. And I'm not counting the 4 times I've had girlfriends that were only over the span of a single week in high school. Not counting those. I've essentially kind of removed those to an experience more than anything else. As long... right, already read this. Who are you going to talk to next? Or talk about next, Simon. Safaro is the son of Sage from the Dye Shop. He's a bit of a firebrand, but also one of my brightest students. After class, he always selects a book to read quietly by himself. He already reads at an adult level and doesn't shy away from difficult subjects, such as the Calamity. Oh, that's awesome. I thought he was going to be the silly class clown. Mr. Shiny says, having an ex doesn't need to mean anything negative. I agree. It can be, but that's usually a hallmark of the experience and not, you know, not specifically the quality of having an ex themselves. You treat your past relationships as learning experiences. Smart, as you should. That'll help you out in the long run. You learn what not to do. Mr. Jason says, why did the teacher have to wear sunglasses? Because their students were so bright. That is definitely a dad joke. I don't remember that precise one. I think there was a similar one. I forget how it went, but I'm pretty sure I saw something like it on the back of a popsicle stick. That is definitely classic dad joke right there. It's also good uncle. It also makes for great uncle jokes though. The family business has been moving ever since CC came to town, which may make it hard for him to study at home. Sage has an artisan spirit and would rather have his son helping out at the store than going to school. But everyone learns differently. I want our school to be a place where children can get an education no matter their needs. I understand you'll be heading soon to Hyrule Castle to investigate the reports of strange phenomena there. I trust you'll be fine with Link at your side. Nevertheless, I can't shake this strange tightness in my chest. It's similar to what I felt right before the calamity, come to think of it. The children know you as Miss Zelda, their beloved teacher and mentor, but I know that Princess Zelda's duties are wider ranging than that. Take care, Princess, and return to us soon. Yeah, definitely a diary, you know, Masta's school notes. Mr. Shiny says, this is certainly a father figure type of humor. Those are nice, simple, and non-offensive. What else do we need from jokes, right? Right? Look, ideally jokes would only be that type, right? Because if we wanted to make dark humor or, you know, other forms of humor about things, you know, ideally we should just be having the conversation instead. But you can't always have the conversation. Famously, Copernicus, a scientist who first probably discovered, he was an astronomer. Ooh, is this lesson time? School time, yay! When he presented his findings to the church, to the Catholic Church, he famously had to lie about the way at which it works. Because at the time, the Catholic Church taught that the Earth was the center of the known universe. The sun, the stars, the other planets, all, you know, revolved around Earth. The ones they knew of anyway. The other celestial bodies, as they were called. What Copernicus found was so earth-shattering that he literally had to sort of make a cartoon out of it. Quote unquote. And that was how he pawned off the idea that the Earth orbits around the sun. And it wasn't until Galileo, much later during the Enlightenment, came and basically endured house arrest for saying the same thing, did we finally accept as, for the most part, as a species, that our planet orbits the sun, and the stars and the planets that are in our galaxy also orbit the sun. And or some don't orbit the sun, but a lot of them do orbit the sun. Man, the history of the world as it relates to the sciences is one of the most fascinating reads ever. I really highly recommend people reading about history as it pertains to science. I think it's a fascinating read, and you could be safely disconnected from a lot of the sociocultural issues that occurred during those time periods. You could kind of understand things on your own without getting roped up into stupid culture wars, among other things. Just what road led to Hyrule becoming the place that it is today? I believe that right, we've already read this. I'd be pleased if you joined us for today's lesson, Link. I've learned a bunch ever since they started the school. Oh, the chair is literally right there. Not every class is fun. History lessons put me to sleep sometimes. But I love it. I love it every time we learn about farming stuff. What? You want to take the class? Have you asked Mr. Simon? I wonder if Miss Zelda will be back at her home today. Maybe I'll go check after class. Mister, can this not wait? Class is about to start. Why don't you watch Professor Simon's lecture with the rest of us? Okay. I'm trying to... maybe there's a quest later. And it's, help wanted. Apply to become a teacher. Want to show children the joy of learning? No experience necessary. Inquire at the school for more information. Prospective applicants are welcome to sit in on a lesson. Oh, well, it's 9 to 5 now. Okay.
Yeah.
Today's class will be a history lesson. Mr. Jason says it begins at 9 a.m. I think, well, we have our answer. It was already starting at 9:05. The story of Hyrule is deeply intertwined with the Calamity, and that is no exaggeration or embellishment. The Calamity has been visited upon the land of Hyrule several times before. It was sealed away 10,000 years ago by the sacred princess and a hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness. Isn't that just a fairy tale? Over time, history and legend sometimes blur together. All this stuff about 10,000 years ago and such, who cares? You got any pictures or proof to back up this so-called 10,000-year-old calamity? Safaro asking the real questions out here. Dang, I think the country hillbilly had the brightest crayon in the box. Out of, all these children have the potential to become bright. But Sage is by far, he has the sharpest child here. It's no fairy tale, I assure you. These are real historical events. This is a problem. I'll need to show them some kind of depiction of the calamity from 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, this lesson is over before it began. I'm sorry, Link. This isn't how I thought the lesson would go. If I had more foresight, I'd have borrowed the screen depicting the calamity from Lady Impa's hall. Kakariko Village, where the hall is located, is also in Necluda, but it's too far to the northwest for a casual visit. If only I could show these children a detailed image of the screen depicting the calamity, I think they'd understand. Although, I suppose it isn't Lady Impa's hall now, is it? More accurate to call it Lady Paya's hall. Teach me a lesson. Simon's students didn't put much stock in the story of the calamity. He thinks that if he could show them an elaborate picture of the screen depicting the calamity, they would believe his history lesson. The screen in question is kept at Paya's hall in Kakariko Village. Okay. We have 10 minutes. In true Breath of the Wild fashion, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to first unlock the shrine. And then, what are we going to do afterwards? We are going to go up to the research lab so that we have access to it. Thank you, goddess. Just wanted to confirm that statue was there. This might be a two-parter, everybody. We'll have to see. It's right up here. And, some action will help, perk everyone up. I apologize that today's episode has been action light. That's on me. When I get to be a real chatterbox, I can do nothing but that, by the way. I could totally probably pull a 4-hour stream of just chatting if I've got the right prep set up for it. I could definitely do that. My channel is not known for that sort of thing, but I could do it. Scoop it out. I see. Scoop it out, huh? Scoop it out and put it through the Rube Goldberg machine? Sure, I suppose. How do we want to do this? Maybe there's something down below? Yeah, I thought so. Along with an electric battery? Let me see. Mr. Jason on Twitch says, I've enjoyed the lack of action, Mr. Coin. Although I do have a role where I enjoy presentations and long speeches. Although you like the action as well. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Ah, I see. We need to do something to get this started. That's part of it. So now what we need to do is, like, glue these to the slat, right? Yeah, so let's figure out how we want to do this. Let's see if it's going that way. Maybe something like this. We basically want to keep it from rolling around once it gets scooped up. I think something like this ought to work, and then we just glue it to the bag. It would help if I actually rotated this the right way. Alright, that's cool. This has been a complete mess. Sorry if I'm not super chatty, concentrating on this. I think I've got the right idea. I just literally need to face it right. If not, then I guess I'll be open to suggestions. Okay, so thinking about this... Yeah, okay, I've got the right facing now. No, I have the wrong facing. I always get this mixed up, too. It's fine. We can literally cause this whole thing to just go backwards. Or we could literally put it in the back. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot sandwich. We could literally do this. You were one rotation away? Yeah, that I figured that would probably be it. Mr. Jason says, you're 6 clients away from 200. Nice. Nice. Here's hoping we can find 6 more. Let me guess. Yep, I have it on backwards. That is really unfortunate. Yeah, so putting a ball in wasn't ever gonna fix that. I had to get it right the first time. Did the panels break apart? Okay, no. Good. So we could just drop those down and try again. Okay, so we need it this way. Did it again. I did it again. Okay, I need the panel facing toward me. Same mistake. Every bloody time. back panel has to be facing me. You never worked out the solution to the shrine, to this shrine, Mr. Jason says. You just glued one orb to the wheel. That is certainly another way of going about it, right? Like, you don't have to do the puzzle. Like, you can glue an orb. But I think it's more like a more interesting. How am I messing this up? I keep making this error. There's a chest in the ball pit, by the way. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Oh, hang on a second. Nah, I figured out what my error is. I need to change one of these plates. Okay. Yep, I see what happened. I definitely see what's happening here. Just like this, pull back. So is this bottom plate? Yeah, it's the bottom plate. I need the bottom plate to be on the top. Okay. Yep. I need this to be up here. Yeah, it's a matter of rotating perspective. Yeah. Assuming that we rotate it before we put it on. We want to make a C-frame. So that way when we rotate it on, okay, that is clearly not correct. Let's try. But isn't this just the same shape, though? It is. It's just the same shape. I just made a four-sided cube. Not this, is it? Okay. Got it. I think. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coinman, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was the main game. He purchased a book known as The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, creating a Champions Hero Edition, and it came with a miniature replica spirit orb. Nice. Yeah, go back and go in the hole. Yeah, see, you've got a lot of collector's items, I've noticed. Ah, but we have not yet got the treasure chest. Okay, so we have to go back into the pit here. We were told that there was a chest here. Let's see about finding it. I know it's got to be somewhere in this mess. It's probably deep over here somewhere. Ooh, and I'm also not sure how smart this is. Make sure I've not missed anything on YouTube. Okay, no, the last comment was the rotating perspective. I think I spot it. No, that's another orb. It's a ball pit for the big boys. Yeah, I'll say. Maybe we could, like, scoop out the balls? That would be faster. You can see the miniature? Sure. That is a nice miniature. And then it didn't even make the stream crunchy, I don't think. Okay, give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna get up and stretch for a minute. Legs are starting to get a bit numb, sitting in the same chair for too long. Okay, and I'm gonna have to play using the tiny screen, so wish me luck with that. Okay, it's a ball pit for the big boys. It's definitely under this. It's definitely under this group of orbs, like toward the back. We just gotta reassemble the cube here. And we don't even need the power on, so we can make maybe perhaps a better scoop. Okay. Wait, how is the bend on this? It is an L frame? Yeah, it's an L frame. And last one is like that. Oh, we can literally just take this out of here and or put the balls in there, a few at a time. That book, Mr. Jason says, was 103 RRP? RRP. I do not know what that is. Just gonna put that in there. I think we can... This is an exercise in sphere packing, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. Definitely an exercise in sphere packing. Or what we could do to make this easier on ourselves is we can glue a bunch of the spheres together. And we can literally yoink the spheres out. Our, oh, it's the recommended retail price? I just didn't know what the acronym was. Here in the States, I believe it's estimated, it's estimated retail price. Same stuff, really. What is there? Oh, well, we found the chest. Or the MSRP, I believe. Yes, simply move balls. Yes, what I should have done from the start. It's done, and now we can get out of here and collect our prize. I think we do have the... Wait, MSRP. There are so many acronyms that have a similar sound to that one. Here, we have the ESRB. We have, yeah, I believe we do have the MSRP as well. Pretty close, and a couple others that I'm sure I'm forgetting somewhere. But yeah, that book was $100. That's not cheap. I trust it was. I trust it was of sufficient quality. To capstone things off, why don't we make it up to the research lab, and then I'll leave you guys with that view. You bought 2 of them. Nice. Got it for 56.82 pounds. So you got them as part of like a package deal, right? That would make a lot of sense. Oh, no, you're telling me you got 2 books for it. Each was that price. Okay. And then Mr. Shiny says, by the way, do you prefer spirit orbs or light of blessing? I prefer the lights of blessing myself. I appreciate the basic design that is the spirit orb. No, I don't need to hear you, Zelda. We're good. Trust me, we're good. What was I saying? This is by far the prettier MacGuffin, but I also have... I'm a bit of a sucker for, like things that are, you know, wreathed or ensorcelled in light. Smell that damp soil. Hey there, a fellow rain fan, are you? I love it outdoors in the rain. It makes the land smell so rich and alive. It's rare to see travelers out here. Unless... Uh-oh. You haven't come to steal away my darling wife, have you? Ha, I'm just kidding you. No doubt you're here looking for the farm or the research lab. What darling wife? Sorry, but nothing comes between the 2 of us. Not even you. I met my wife in Lurelin Village to the south of here. She's the most beautiful woman in Hateno Village. Maybe even all of Hyrule. The 2 of us have always guarded the windmill in shifts. You shall go now, Mr. Jason says. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you for coming by, hanging out, and handling the moderator duties. I can't tell you how nice it is to actually have one here, you know, on shift. I really do appreciate that. Let me make sure I'm shifted the correct direction here. I hope to see you back again sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. We won't be live for too much longer ourselves, maybe another 3 minutes ticking down, and then we'll kind of conclude for the day. Off record, you do like how the TCC made a time zone. I mean, it's the same time zone as the UK, so. But yeah, the fact that it has an official name is interesting. Sorry, just shifting around a bit. Mr. Shiny says, fun fact. As it was in Breath of the Wild, in Tears of the Kingdom, you can cook during a blood moon to guarantee a critical. Does it do anything extra with the golden apples? I don't believe they do, but like if you get a critical, you can't like get like an extra critical, if I recall correctly, but you never know. You don't know these things until you read, experiment, or do the data mining. Does that make your time zone TCC +1? Probably. I presume since this is like UK time, or, you know, like British time, so to speak. I know I'm about 5 hours out from from Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, I think is the time zone that the UK is in for the most part. So yeah, I guess if you're an hour ahead of where England is, that would be TCC +1, yes. Except something bad is happening in her hometown, and she's been pretty broke up about it. Yeah, some people from Lurlin Village have been mentioning that there are pirates. She's at home resting now. I picked this spot because you can see both the windmills and my house clearly from here. If anything happens, I could come running at once. Sorry, once I start talking about my wife, it's hard when to know when to stop. Critical is critical, Mr. Shiny says. It's just that you don't need a golden apple, which helps with certain endgame recipes. Yeah, I'll bet it does. I'm always exasperated with the golden apples. That's another thing I routinely farm. I try to get somewhere I can. Well then, where are you going? If you came out here, you must be after either the farm or the research lab. Goodbye. Isn't this spot nice and quiet? Not like the bustle of the village below. My wife and I like CC well enough, but all that commotion is a bit much for us. No problem, Rhodes. We can find our way up to the lab all by our lonesome, at least for now. Sorry, I'm getting quite tired. We've only got a few more paces to walk, and then I can leave you guys with a view. Let's not even try that. Let's not even, climb up the hill. It's raining. We haven't yet got any of the frog armor yet. Once we do that, the climbing will get much easier. And I think after, we exit Hateno Village, that's when I'll probably, drop the whole RP act. But for now, I thought we would, just kind of gear down and really take in the town for the day. Just really soak in everything it has to offer. And, account for me being a jabbermouth. Like, that too. The Hateno Ancient Tech Lab, everybody. We're going to enable this during the next stream, and then hopefully wrap things up here in Hateno and get back to doing what we really and truly need to do. And that is get those blasted Koroks. Got to collect them. Save again, just in case. My senators and inductees, thank you so much for stopping by. I really, truly do appreciate it. I would raid, because I would like to keep that energy alive, but I need to, start making preparations for the client job on Wednesday. I don't need to do laundry yet. That can be tomorrow, but I do need to, get other things packed. I also need to double check and make sure, my clients haven't talked to me and, set up this or that. Things like that. I take my house sitting seriously. My name is Coin. Everyone, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'll read any last sentences before we head out. Shiny says it's especially useful for stat boosting meals. Like the attack boost, it's nice to have the effect last longer. I agree. We could definitely discuss that more if you're around next time. Sia, thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Shiny. You've been a real treat. Thank you again. Rest well, my lovely senator. And with any luck and with good fortune, I hope to see you sooner rather than later. And with that, rest well and be well. Speaking of resting well and being well, my senators and inductees, I do hope you guys rest well and be well. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be on my Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, my DMs, whatever floats your boat, really. And yes, dare I say it, the whispers on Twitch. I do see those. I just don't respond live to them. That's all. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.